Gentlemen, I think the microphone's on. Yep, sounds like it. We'll go ahead and convene. I'm sure there'll be some other people coming, I'm guessing, but we'll go ahead and convene the June 18 meeting of the Pasco County Planning Commission. Thanks for coming. We're glad to see you. Glad you're here. As you can see, there are a great many people here today, and there will likely be more before we're through, who have an interest in the matters before us. So there'll be plenty of you, I assume, that may want to speak. We'll talk a little bit more about how that works as we get closer to the regular items. But for now, if you plan to speak today or want to speak today, please be sure to sign in on the sheet on the table at the front of the room. And just to give you a heads up, if we run that long, we will take a lunch break today, probably of about 45 minutes duration, and we'll see how that goes. I'm Chris Whitney. I'm the vice chair. Unfortunately, the chairman isn't with us today. I don't think he's on the line, is he? Okay. So you're stuck with me today. Hopefully that won't be the worst thing that happens to you today. I'm going to designate the voting members for today's meeting. They are Mr. Bailey, Mr. Byers, Ms. Emmerich, Mr. Moraes, Mr. Brewer, Ms. Casagrande, and the chair. Aye, those will be our voting members for today's meeting. At this point in the agenda, what we normally do is get reports from the staff and the Planning and Community Development Department. So Ms. Harrington, do you have anything for us this morning?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Planning Commissioners. For the record, Megan Harrington, Planning Director. I do not, but I believe that Justin has one thing we would like to add for you this morning before the hearing begins.
Very good, thanks.
Hey, Mr. Chair. Just a public service announcement, sir, for everybody in the room, everyone listening. A reminder that the staff report generated by staff is an analysis of the code. That analysis is given to the Planning Commission with public comment, and the Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners then makes that final decision. Just a public service announcement for the day.
Okay, thanks very much.
Also, sir, I'd like to let you know the next meeting is on July 2nd, and there are currently 3 items on that agenda.
Okay, good, thanks. So ladies and gentlemen, the staff are professional analysts. They analyze and they give us material. We make the recommendations. So if you're not happy with a recommendation, please don't get after the staff. It's not their fault. They put together the information for us, and they do a great job. At this point in the agenda, what we normally do is ask if there's anyone who'd like to speak on any item that is not on the agenda. So is anyone present today who has something on their mind they'd like to talk about that is not on today's agenda? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment on matters not on today's agenda. And now we'll move to the consent items. And the only consent item we have today, I believe, is adoption of the minutes of the June 4 Commission meeting. Anybody have, any commissioner have any thoughts, comments, additions? Okay, we will deem those minutes approved. And now we come to the portion of the agenda where we deal with what are so-called regular items, which are heard in full. And before I do that, I'm going to need some help from council and from Ms. Harrington here. We received this morning from a Mr. Haver, a motion to continue, or in the alternative, a request for remand. So a motion to continue this hearing or to remand it to the Planning and Development staff. I will defer to council on how that motion should be handled.
Good morning, Commissioners. Erica Keach on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. With respect to motions to continue, the PC bylaws state that a continuance can only be made by an applicant or their representative on a motion. The commission does have the discretion, if they're unable to make a decision regarding an agenda item due to lack of information, the commission may move to continue a matter stating the reasons for the continuance, but there is no standing for someone other than the applicant to request a continuance. With respect to statutory notice requirements, just in general for rezones, CRS 3028-116 lays out the statutory notice requirements, and to approve a rezone or map amendment, it requires newspaper circulation 14 days prior to the BOCC hearing, but it does not statutorily require notice prior to the Planning Commission hearing. I can defer to Ms. Harrington with respect to the general notice practices within the Planning Department. And just a reminder to all that this hearing and this body is an advisory body, so the ultimate decision will be before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to go into our notification policy?
You know, I would like you to. I think there may be some misunderstanding of it, so let's do it.
Absolutely. So while there's no language in the Land Development Code related to notification, our internal policy, which staff is following based on a letter that I issued several years ago, is that the Planning Department, upon receipt of the application, notifies all property owners within 1,000 feet of the application. And then we send those notifications when the application is submitted and also prior to the hearing process beginning. There is a poster that is placed on site by the applicant, and it is the applicant's responsibility to make sure that poster is up for the duration prior to the hearing. And then if we as staff know that there is an HOA group in the area or a larger citizen group, we will also send them a notification. And as the project is being reviewed internally, if we do hear from neighbors, citizens, or neighborhood groups that are communicating and coordinating with staff, we'll also send them notification prior to the hearing saying, hey, this is when the hearing's going to be held. Here's any information that you may need to make sure that you're at the appropriate place at the appropriate time to make your comments. So that is the internal process that we follow that is over and above what the statutory minimum is.
Thanks. Now, but we don't do question and answer. This is how notice is handled. So, if you have questions during the break, you're welcome to ask them.
Absolutely, and that is for all applications
Yes.
that go to public hearings.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. If you want to follow up, you sure can. When you can grab Ms. Harrington when we're not in session. So, if I understand, Council, the reality is that. This here, the motion, while we appreciate the thought that went into it, isn't, there's no standing to make this motion, so there's nothing for the commission to consider at this point.
Anyone other than an applicant can't make the request,
Right.
but if the board decides and someone within the commission wants to make a motion to continue based on whatever information, you can do so.
Would any commissioner like to move that the hearing be continued or remanded? Seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you very much, and thanks for the motion. I mentioned that we're about to head into regular items. A couple things, a little bit on the ground rules, if you could, please, because I think these are serious matters, and obviously you take them seriously, you wouldn't be here. So we appreciate that. There are likely to be a number of people who want to speak today. So we're going to impose, as we usually do when we have a lot of people who wish to speak, a 3-minute time limit on speaking. We don't take a hook and drag you off the dais at 3 minutes, but we will let you know that you need to wrap it up if you're getting just 3 minutes. It helps us a lot, and it'll help you a lot, and it'll help the clarity of the hearing a lot if you don't repeat each other too much. So if somebody's already said what you wanted to say, you can come up if you like, but it takes up a lot of time to have people tell us the same thing over and over again. So you might want to keep track of what's been said and decide whether you want to repeat that. You can, but it's not a good use of your time. And I want to be sure you understand, and you'll see them when Ms. Parsons or Joe comes up to make the first presentation. The commission is guided by criteria that are set forth in statute and the Land Development Code about what we can consider when we're considering making a recommendation. And what we can consider is fairly narrow. It can be broad in interpretation, but it's fairly narrow, and you'll see what those criteria are. And that's all we can consider. So we're happy to hear what's on your mind, but remember that not everything you say is going to go into our consideration because the statute and the code don't permit us to consider those things. So what we'll do during the course of the hearing is we'll leave those criteria up on the board so you can see what they are. And if you have comments that go to those criteria that will help us apply them, by all means, make them, because those are the arguments that will carry the day. And our recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners will be based on the extent to which an applicant has or has not met those criteria, period. That's the way that works. Are we good? Everybody understand all that? Okay. So I think the first item on the agenda, where are we here? Is item 5A, file number P2511, map amendment rezoning, Iron Ridge rezone. Mr. Leckie, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Planning Commission. My name is Joseph Letke, and I'm the Planner Project Manager for the Iron Ridge Rezone and Preliminary Plan. Those are the file numbers P2511 and SP253. Brett Diltz was your staff review engineer on this project. So to begin, I want to go over the hearing procedures. I know we did get a refresh, Mr. Chair, I do appreciate that, but I want to go over it in a visual context as well.
Good.
To begin, we'll start off with El Paso County staff presentation of the project, the approval criteria, after which we'll then move on to the applicant's presentation. They'll speak about how they believe they meet the approval criteria, can answer any questions, after which we'll move on to a public comment period. So citizens in favor or against can come up to the dais and they can speak on the items. After which there's a rebuttal period by the applicant. We then move on to final questions for staff, and then the Planning Commission makes a recommendation for approval or denial to the Board of County Commissioners. I think I have a circle of death. I don't know what happened here.
While you're clearing that circle, let me just say, Mr. Leckie, and I neglected to say it earlier, ladies and gentlemen, I gave the names of the people who'll be voting today. We do have a quorum, so we are legally operating, so you know, for the record.
All right, moving on. So the request is by Atticus Land LLC for approval of two applications, the first being a rezone map amendment of two properties, which total to 85.99 acres from the RR5 to the RR2.5. That's the residential rural zoning district. The main difference between these two is that the RR5 has a lot size minimum of 5-acre lots. So any subdivision within the zoning district currently would have to be 5 acres in size. With this rezoning to that smaller zoning district, it would allow lots 2.5 acres or greater. Additionally, they're asking for approval for a preliminary plan, which would result in the creation of 28 single-family lots, including 2.5 acres of right-of-way dedication. With the preliminary plan, there is a request for a water finding for water sufficiency, water quality, quantity, and dependability. I will speak on that a bit later in my PowerPoint slide. And then next, the properties are located south of Walker Road and approximately 0.03 miles from the intersection of Walker Road and Thompson Road. Mr. Chair, do you mind if I try to troubleshoot this computer so we can get this a little more smooth and something's going?
You go right ahead.
Thank you.
Here comes mission control. We're good. Here's what we're going to do. That's the applicant one. Yeah, staff. Might as well download it. It's fine. You're making those of us who are technologically challenged feel much better, Mr. Lake.
All righty, timeout has ended. So the request I went over. So this next slide here includes the criteria of approval. And I do appreciate, Mr. Chair, you did mention that this is how we review these applications. And to begin, we have the criteria for approval for the first application, the rezoning. I'm going to leave the next 3 slides up just so members of the audience can really soak in this approval criteria and understand what we are reviewing against.
Good.
The next 2 slides are the criteria of approval for the preliminary plan. That's the second application in regard to the subdivision. My next slide is the dimensional standards. There's a comparison here between the current RR5 zoning with the RR 2.5, with a note of where we see that difference in that side setback, and of course the minimum lot size. Mr. Whitney, I know you enjoy a good vicinity map, so I wanted to create this to provide spatial context for the applications before you and for members of the audience as well to understand some of the trends and growth that we're seeing in this area within the Tri-Lakes region. So from the top or the north down to the bottom, I'll start with the two subject properties. And then to the west or to the left, we have the Walden subdivision, which is 0.5 acre lot size minimum R 2.5. Then we go down to the Grandview subdivision PUD. Within that PUD, we see lot sizes between 2.5 acres and 5 acres. Then the Albert Ranch subdivision that is zoned R 2.5, although there are some lots within that zoning district that, excuse me, that are 3 acres or slightly larger, but the minimum is 2.5. We have the recent Sky Vista subdivision, which doesn't show the lot lines as it was somewhat recently recorded. However, that is also R 2.5. Then to the southwest or to the bottom left of the screen, we have the Settlers Ranch PUD, which they have lot size that range from 2.5 to 4.9 acres in size. Then going all the way to the southeast or the bottom right of the page, we have the Flying Horse North PUD, which is a 2.5 acre lot size minimum. So to briefly get into the preliminary plan and what that looks like, the proposed lots on the northern parcel will have access from a public roadway extension of Brown Road. Additionally, lots 4, 5, and 7 will be served by a private access easement. With that request for those lots 4, 5, and 7, the applicant has requested a waiver to permit those lots without the required 30 feet of frontage to a public roadway. The proposed lots to the southeastern parcel will take access from a public roadway extension of Colt Court. And I do want to mention it is of note that a right-of-way stub-out of Colt Court was initially delineated in the 1998 approval of the Equine Meadows preliminary plan and the final plats, which I will show here in the next slides. So to provide a visual of what the plan is a little bit larger than my last slide, you can see that green is the extension of Brown Road on the left and Colt Court on the right. The highlighted areas are of mention that just show those the private access easement for those lots that are kind of tucked away. And then on the right side, we do see that current existing stub out for Colt Court. And then that Equine Meadows, which was platted in 1998. The map on the right is a bit easier to read as north is justified correctly or more conventional. So you can see that there was always some planning involved regarding that road possibly extending to our subject properties of discussion. My next slide goes over public input. The rezone and preliminary plan applications were received by the Planning Department September of 2025. When we receive this type of an application, the Planning Department does send out an adjacent property owner neighbor notification that we have received the applications and that they will be in review. From that notice, we did receive 6 letters expressing some opposition to the proposals. Those concerns are regarding the possible extension of Colt Court and then the rezoning from that R5 to the 2.5. It's my understanding that there's some folks in the audience who wish to speak regarding their concerns. Additionally, I do want to mention all 6 of those neighbors that expressed opposition. I did reach out to them via email regarding the hearing dates for today, as well as the Board of County Commissioners. In response to those public comments, the applicant did take the time to revise the original plan to incorporate a 4-acre private no-build area intended to preserve mountain views. I will defer to the applicant regarding the full extent of some of those changes, but I did note that in the second round submittal of this application. Getting towards the end of my presentation, I'm going to give a brief analysis of the master plan. We are in the large lot residential place type, which primarily recommends single-family detached residential development on lots 2.5 acres or greater. I did already show some of the surrounding developments that are 2.5. However, this property is of note surrounded by R5, and the master plan is not lot specific. It's a general overview context of the region. Additionally, the large lot residential place type recommends that development design incorporate the conservation of open space, which is reflected in this proposal through the preliminary plan with that voluntary private no-build easement. We are in an area of change that is minimal change developed, and to quote the master plan, likely to experience more intense infill development with a mix of uses and redevelopment at a scale that it may significantly alter the character of the area. From my opinion, the region east of the Trilux area is currently experiencing ongoing redevelopment activity and transition, as evidenced by at least 5 development applications that are either under review or have recently been approved. The Water Master Plan was taken into account during staff review, and I do want to mention that a request for water sufficiency is asked with the preliminary plan. And so with that being said, there are some ramifications with that. The subsequent final plats, which actually create the lots and will move forward with the public improvements, would be reviewed administratively. So what that means is that staff will review those final plat applications. They will not come before you or this board in the future because of that water finding status. The specific documents related to the water finding have been included with the staff report and are in the EDARP file. At this point, I'll turn it over to Brett Diltz regarding more in-depth regarding transportation and engineering requirements.
Brett Diltz, El Paso County Department of Public Works. For this project, a traffic impact study was submitted with the preliminary plan application that is reviewed with that project. That traffic impact study indicated that this project between the 2 separate roadways would generate about 280 daily vehicle trips. The development proposes 2 access points to Walker Road, like Joe mentioned, an extension of Brown Road and an extension of Colt Court. Both of those will be public roadways and maintained by El Paso County once they are accepted for maintenance. Brown Road does line up with the existing Brown Road on the north side of Walker Road. And the road impact fees will be applicable for this project. Are there any transportation related questions for this project? For the drainage and erosion control section, this project is within the East Cherry Creek drainage basin. That basin does not have bridge or basin fees, so there'll be no fees due at final plat. No portion of this property is within a FEMA floodplain. The Franktown Parker Reservoir, FPE 5, is located approximately 850 feet upstream of Walker Road. That impoundment structure will not be modified with this development. The preliminary drainage report noted 2 detention ponds on the site to be planned. They are located here in blue. Those are full spectrum private detention ponds. Final design will be completed with the final plat application. All of those additional documents will be reviewed at that time. Are there any drainage related questions for this project?
And with that being said, does conclude staff presentation. The last slide I have is a hearing notification regarding notice that was sent out to 17 neighbors, making them aware of this public hearing, as well as some photos of posters on the properties. Lastly, the Board of County Commissioners hearing. Again, our elected officials who will vote to approve or deny these 2 applications will be July 23rd. Are there any outstanding questions before I turn it over to the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Legge. Don't see any. Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
In regards to that no build zone, is that become part of the sale of the property to the owner, that they know that they're not allowed to build in that no build zone?
Yes, they would. That would be within their documents with the sale of the property, and also when our staff review a site plan for a building, that would be included. So that is something to note, that there is that private no build, but One thing to consider with that is not enforced by El Paso County. That would be enforced by some sort of HOA or covenants with the development because it is a private no build. The easement is related to views, which are not protected as opposed to if it was for like a geological hazard.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Lakey, so that would wind up being a civil matter between the parties that would not come back to the county at that point?
You are correct, Mr. Whitney. They would have to, the enforcement of that would have to be a civil matter with a HOA or covenants.
Okay, thank you. Thanks,
Chair.
Ms. Ember. Yes.
On that note, that staff's review would identify that there's an incompatibility or a conflict if the plan that was presented to you proposed building in that zone. You would highlight that to the applicant, to the homeowner, to the property owner who's asking to build there.
That is correct. If I was reviewing it, I would highlight it and tell that property owner that they're in placing a home there would be a violation of a private easement within their subdivision.
Okay. So it would be a knowable thing as the process went through, that people would be able to see that there's potential for building here. That's something that staff would do, even though the county, it's not enforceable by the county would certainly identify that as an issue.
Yeah, we'd identify it, but because it is a private easement for views, it goes to a lot of case law regarding that views are not a protected item.
Yeah, this is Colorado. You don't get to have the view forever. You want to have it as long as you can, but got it. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lefke, you don't get off so easy. Thanks, Mr. Bell. So, interesting question, though, to that good question. So if the presentation is made today based on no build, and then it comes to you for administrative review, and it shows that you can build, do you have the authority under administrator at the administrative stage to say we're not going to approve this because this is inconsistent with what was presented and approved, or do you just highlight it?
Let me think on this for
Okay, no,
for a minute.
I didn't mean to ambush you, but it's sort of,
I'm sure Joe's going to come up with the answer, but I'm going to let him phone a friend. Justin, would you like to step in and answer this question for Joe, or I can?
Mr. Chair, that's one of those things where we would definitely be putting that on our notes. Can you clarify your question for me, sir? I thought
so
Joe-
if when the preliminary plan ultimately comes to you, and the way we're structured right now, that would be considered administratively, and if it's inconsistent with the preliminary plan which we approve, if it's approved, or recommended to the Board of County Commissioners and they approve it, what happens then? Do you just tell somebody, whoops, this plan is not consistent with what was approved, or can you say, we're not going to administratively approve this?
It kind of depends on how far off from the approval. Minor things such as like decrease in density, interior access, as long as the access points are where they are depicted on the preliminary plan. Those types of things can go through a preliminary plan administrative amendment.
Okay.
If it's major, if they're adding density, they're changing access locations, they're, putting 4 more detention ponds in there, something major that's going to affect a lot of lots. We would have those go back through the public hearing process.
Okay. I'm sorry for the frolic and detour, but it was such an interesting question. I wanted to follow.
And I'm going to follow, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm going to follow up on that.
Yes.
This is a preliminary plan, so if there's a no-build area that gets moved on to a final plat, and a property owner comes in for a site development plan and they show that they want to build a house in that no-build area, I would not let staff do that but that's me basing this answer to you on the assumption that since this is on the preliminary plan, it gets carried on to a final plat. We see a no-build area on a final plat. That means you cannot build your house in that area unless, when we get to the final plat, there's some kind of note or caveat to that, and I do not know enough about the notes on this preliminary plan to go that deep into detail. But my rendering of this would be you do not build a house in a no-build area unless there is some type of note that says that it's more nuanced than that.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Ledke, I guess we will hear from the applicant now, unless there are further questions from the commission.
Nina Dossi with Vertex Consulting for Iron Ridge. And to follow up on that discussion, there's absolutely no intention by the developer to change things at the final plat. We have submitted the final plat filings 1 and 2, and those same no-build areas are depicted. So it's not their intention to
I
change it.
apologize, and I wasn't inferring otherwise. I just was interested
Well, just for the record.
academically in the question.
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you.
Yes. Okay, Joe already covered the request, but it includes a rezone as well as preliminary plan. One additional item that I'm not sure if it was covered in the presentation or not, so I want to make sure it's covered now. The developer is asking for a 3-year approval period versus a 2-year approval period for the final plat. The reason for that is we all know that the economy right now is a bit uncertain, so they want an additional year in the event that it takes them longer to finalize these plats and build the roads. Joe covered the proposed development. I'll get into it in more detail, so I won't cover it here. He also covered the neighborhood outreach, but I just wanted to go into a little bit more detail here on what was discussed. So as he indicated, after those initial mailings were sent out, some letters were submitted, which we were grateful to see those letters because it gave us an opportunity to adjust. Just to summarize the concerns that were identified in the letters, there were concerns with having 5-acre lots adjacent to proposed 2.5-acre lots, concerns with Colt Court and site distance issues there. The Colt Court, based on the county's criteria, it's a 30-mile-per-hour roadway, and they had concerns with that. The loss of mountain views if new homes are constructed. And then they also had concerns with the extension of Colt Court in general. They wanted to see that there was another roadway from a different direction. As you heard in Joe's presentation, Colt Court and the extension has been planned for a number of years. So we need to continue on with the plan that was put in place many years ago, so that hasn't been adjusted. There were also concerns with limited services in the area and lack of internet. The developer has committed to installing internet, at least down Colt Court, because, of course, if he's wanting to sell these lots, it's a benefit to him as well. And then a lack of maintenance on the existing county roadways. So that lack of maintenance included both Colt Court as well as Philly Lane, which is not necessarily contiguous to this development, but it was just a concern in general regarding road maintenance. So some adjustments that were made. We chose to limit the speed limit to 25. The county was agreeable to that reduction, even though the standard is 30. No build areas have also been added to the preliminary plan and then subsequent final plat as well. This is approximately 4 acres total, so, pretty significant area that's being designated as no build. There was an additional 100-foot setback added to lot 1 as well. And then the total number of lots was also reduced. So the developer actually lost a lot as a result of making these adjustments. So I wanted to just show you this. So the red depicts the lines after the adjustments, and then you can see the black behind was the previous proposal. So with the adjustments, there will only be one lot behind each one of the parcels that are there today. So previously, I don't know if the cursor, good, it is working. Nope, it's not working. Okay. So you can see lot 15. There was lot 15, 12, 11, and 10 previously. So 4 lots previously. So there could have been 4 homes in that general area. And now what's being proposed, it would just be 2 homes that would be directly adjacent. And then you can see the no-build areas as well. And the no-build area was based on Pikes Peak view. Obviously, we've got mountains all along the west, but Pikes Peak, I think, is what most people care about. So that's why we oriented it that way. Are there any questions regarding the lot reconfiguration and addressing concerns?
Mr. Chair. I do.
Chris,
I'm looking at your product right here where it's lot 1 is labeled, the one off of Cole Court. The documents in our staff package labels that one with the 100-foot setback, lot 15. And that's the one that I think was uploaded into EDARP. And I think it's part of your staff package. And so that led me some confusion where I started kind of figure out why lot 1 was. But now,
Sure. I can explain
Yeah.
that. So what you see here, this was part of the letter of intent for our version 2 resubmission. And so at that time, what our surveyor had done is he had labeled the northern portion of the subdivision as lot 1 through 14. And then he had labeled this southern portion as well as lots 1 through 14. So that's why they don't match up today with what you see here on the screen. This is just a graphical depiction of the changes. It's not necessarily, I guess, part of the official record and approval. What's part of the official record of approval is the lot configuration and then the no-build areas that are depicted. This is just a graphical depiction to show you what the changes were.
so is it lot 1 or lot 15?
In what the final version is that you have in your packet, it's lot 15.
Okay, and not lot 1. Okay, so it is lot 15. Okay. The other question about this, the no-build area that's come up in the lot 15, I see what you're doing with the Pikes Peak view and all that with this trapezoid looking area to the north. Is there anything that prevents somebody from building something to the, let's say, the northeast of that green trapezoid?
On
In the one that's labeled lot 15 on this one we're looking at now.
yeah, I mean, anybody, as long as it's not within a setback area or within the no-build area, you could construct there, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. So was it determined, I'm just looking at the topographic lines, is it determined that that green trapezoid that lies between lot 14 and 15 is because it's on top of
Yeah, there's a
hill.
dip in the grade, so it goes
down or goes up?
it goes down. Yeah, there's a dip in the grade there.
Okay, so somebody could put something, as long as it's not in the setback, right there to the northeast, kind of, you go down Colt Road, you go into this new property, you
Yeah.
make a left into lot 15 and boom, you put something right there.
You could, that is correct. And
It's
as
the high.
the,
Okay, the trapezoid's the high.
Trapezoid.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking.
as the
Okay,
Planning Commission is very well aware, I know it's come up in lots of hearings, you don't have a right to your views in Colorado. So this is something that the developer just chose to do because he wants to be a good neighbor.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, okay, I'm just reading through this. Okay. And then the last part while we're looking at this is I think I read it was a 60-foot right-of-way between what's depicted as Lot 1 and Lot 2 that goes to the north.
Oh,
into
that's
parcel
correct.
3.
Yep.
I didn't see any really discussion on that inside your letter.
Yeah, there's really not. So the reason why that's included within the preliminary plan is the county requested that we plan for access to that out parcel. There's no intention of developing that out parcel that I'm aware of. The developer, as of right now, he still owns that lot. He doesn't plan on subdividing, but knowing that 15 years down the road, 20 years down the road, somebody else could own it. The county wanted us to plan for access.
Okay.
So that's why.
And it looked this way, but I'll let you answer the question. Was there any impediment in why there isn't a stub out in the northern parcel towards this parcel 3 and
Oh.
connect those two?
Yes, there is. And I'm sure you're aware of it. So there's a floodplain and then a very, very large drainage way that separates the northern development from the southern development. So you would essentially have to build a bridge to connect the two.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the reconfiguration? Okay. So now I'll go over the rezone criteria for the preliminary plan. There's a lot of criteria, so I'm not going to go over each one specifically, but I'm happy to answer questions if there are questions. So Joe covered this as well, but as you can see to the east of the development, there is more dense suburban and urban and even rural residential type development that's moving along Walker primarily, going east. So we've got the RR 0.5, we have PUD, and that PUD includes, half-acre lots as well as 2.5-acre lots as well. And then we have the RR 2.5 zone district. So it's most certainly not out of the question to have 2.5-acre lots within this area. Joe covered the master plan. I will be brief. So this is within the minimal change developed, which does recommend that isolated pockets of vacant or underutilized land be developed, provided that it maintains the overall character of the area. As I just showed you, there is 2.5-acre lots within this area. And with that additional density transition that the applicant revised, I think that the character can most certainly be maintained. The place type is large lot residential, which does recommend 2.5-acre lot sizes as well. This property is within a priority development area. So priority development areas are areas within the county that in the master plan, it not only recommends development, but says that this is where we should see development occur first. So this is an area of the county that, per the master plan, the county should most certainly support 2.5-acre lots. Sure.
Back on that slide, so just to your point, you said areas that should be developed first. It also indicates what type of development they're looking for as well.
That is correct, which
Okay.
is that large lot residential,
Yep.
which is the 2.5 acres.
Yeah. Right.
Mr. Chair, can I maybe tweak your language a little bit?
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
The priority development area isn't the county, and the master plan isn't directing that a certain area be developed first. It merely recognizes that it's most likely, given development patterns, to develop first. So it's not, when we developed the master plan, we didn't say, we didn't pick winners and losers. We didn't say this needs to go first, this needs to go second. It was based on an analysis of what was on the ground and the patterns of development in the area that said, probably the first thing that's going to develop here is this. These areas are going to develop, and the master plan, in dictating or in describing the different place types, set some parameters and set some expectations that said, when this develops, in order to maintain the character as best we can, it should develop this way. So we're not, it's not a should develop first, it's a likely to, and we put some guardrails around it.
Mr. Bailey, thank you. I'll accept the tweak. My only point was to remind people not only that there is to be development or is likely to be development, but what kind of development is relevant. That was my point. So,
No, exactly, very important point, but there's often a misunderstanding that the master plan directs that things happen in a certain way, and I wanted to try to clarify that, to say that it's really the other way around. It's a recognition that this is it's likely to happen because of market forces and everything else, but it's not a direction that something will happen here. We're using a couple of different categories to give us, again, guardrails or certain guidelines for development, but not dictating what's going to happen.
Thank you both for those clarifications. My apologies. I know I'm probably skipping over it and I was too brief, so thank you. Joe covered this as well, but the property was posted with signs, and the county will ensure that all statutory notice requirements have been satisfied. So the next criteria is that the zone district is compatible with existing and permitted land uses in all directions. I've got this definition from the Land Development Code of compatibility, and I just have highlighted that compatibility does not mean the same as. It really means that it refers to the sensitivity of the proposed use, activity, or design in maintaining the character of existing development. So if we look at the two zone districts, because the property is surrounded by the RR5 zone district and we're proposing RR 2.5, and you look at the purpose statements of the two zone districts, you'll notice that they are exactly the same with the exception of the minimum lot size. So then if you look further and you look at the permitted uses within the two zone districts, you will see that the RR 2.5 is essentially just a slightly pared down version of the RR5 zone district. So if you're thinking about use-to-use compatibility, these two zone districts are absolutely compatible with one another. Just another reminder that there are 2.5 and even smaller lots within the vicinity, and that the development pattern moving from west to east is certainly going smaller than 5 acres. So it's not out of the question to have 2.5 acre lots in this area. The last one is the site is suitable for the intended use, including the ability to meet the standards as described in Chapter 5 of the Land Development Code. All of the setback requirements, so confirming that structures meet the setback requirements and maximum height requirements, we all know that that'll be a later stage of development, and that as part of the PCD review, they'll ensure that they're meeting all those requirements, but all lots are at least 2.5 acres in size. So now I'm just going to cover the preliminary plan and the design more than anything, and then I'll see if there are any questions on any specific review criteria. So this is a 28 lot preliminary plan. All lots are 2.5 acres in size. If you look at the average lot size between both the north and the south is 3.07 acres, so a bit more than 2.5 acres. Both roadways are proposed to be public county roadways, so Brown Court and then also Colt Court will both be public roadways. Colt Court doesn't quite meet the standards today, so the developer would be responsible for bringing Colt Court up to county standards and then also extending it into the development. There's also a fire cistern easement that is proposed as well. So the lots with the waivers, I've highlighted them in red there. It is just lots 4 and 5, and access will be gained. I know Joe covered this, but access will be gained through an easement between lots 6, 8, and 7. I've highlighted the location of that fire cistern. It's on what is shown in the preliminary plan as lot 15. The final design and truly the sizing of that cistern is going to be with the final plat. You all know that there's been some recent changes in the fire regulations, and so we'll need to size that fire cistern based on the current regulations versus what the regulations were when the preliminary plan went through. This is just the access, which we've already covered. Joe covered this as well, but Colt Court has always been planned to continue through. This is just highlighting the preservation of views, so those two no-build areas, as well as the setback line on Lot 15. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Murray.
just one more, something you said a few slides ago about Cold Court. You said it wasn't up to county standards, so the developer will have to do something to Cold Court and then do the extension.
That's correct.
So
There
what
are
was the-
some areas of Colt Court, based on the survey and engineering, preliminary survey and engineering, that don't meet the access width requirements.
Okay.
So there's some areas that we anticipate might need to be widened to meet county standards so that the county can accept our construction drawings associated with the final plat and then ultimately accept Colt Court, the full extent.
Gotcha. What, a question, I think a citizen brought it up in a letter or I read, something about the, you could talk, maybe it's more of a staff question, but during construction, if there's damage to Colt Court, what happens at that point? You know, the damaged building, the extension of Colt Court that goes in to the new development with the, with the trucks, with the, everything that's needed to build a road, and it kind of just starts tearing apart the
Because
current Colt Court.
I'll let staff answer this if I've got it wrong, but because part of the construction drawings will include improving Colt Court, I don't think the county will accept the remainder of Colt Court if we've left the first part junky.
Okay. Even if it's just the little extensions that you're talking, the little width. Maybe Brett would be a better person to.
I guess I'll look and make sure that I've got that right, but yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Thanks.
Further
all I had.
questions? No? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So with my beseeched you earlier about presentations, we'll now be happy to hear. First of all, is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak in favor of this application, other than the applicant, obviously? All right, seeing none. Is there anyone who would like to speak in opposition to this application? Please come forward. When you're ready, come on ahead, and if you would tell us who you are, we'll go from there.
Thank you. My name is Amy Phillips, and I am a past chair of the Black Forest Land Use Committee. I'm standing in today for Terry Stoka as he can't be here today. I think I'll sum it up just by saying I think there is confusion about this 2.5 acre lots being allowed. We see RR5 and RR 2.5 less about the lot size and more about the number of houses you can have in a given parcel. With RR 2.5, you double the density of an RR5. And once you do it, even for a small innocuous subdivision like this, you set a precedent. And then now we have to fight the fact that we're going to overuse our resources. You have septic systems that are too close together. You have, it's difficult sometimes to find where to position a well versus the septic. And you clog the roads. You know, right now at RR5, even where there are 2.5 acre lots, the overall density is still 1 lot per 5 acres. And the way they did that before the revised master plan was to use a PUD. Black Forest Reserve was one of the first ones that did it. Their overall density is RR5, 5 acre, 1 lot per 5 acres. So what they do is they just take how many 5 acre lots could go on a parcel. You take that number, divide it by 5. You take the acreage, divide it by 5. That's the number of lots you could put on there. So then when you go to the PUD, you're allowed to use that number of lots, but you have to put them on 2.5 acre parcels, and you retain the other half of the acreage as open space. Black Forest Reserve has done it, Sanctuary in the Pines, Sylvan Meadows, Flying Horse North, just to name a few. It's the trend now, the trend of late was to do that. So I believe that is why, even though you have low density verbiage in the plan, you also have allowing these 2.5 acre lots. But when you go as a body and change RR5 to RR 2.5, you're doing more than just allowing those 2.5 acre lots. You're doubling the density. And that is something we object to. We want to maintain that low density because the forest is fragile, the grasslands are fragile, and they can't take the intensity of traffic, wells, and septic systems that doubling the density can create. And so therefore we ask you to reject this request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And perfect timing. I thought I saw another hand of someone who wanted to speak in opposition.
Hi, Matthew Grubasich, been in the county for 30 years. So I brought this up to the county commissioners about 3 weeks ago. None of them attended the quarterly groundwater conference up at Interlake in Broomfield? Did any of you, by chance, attend that? Because it's kind of important in regards to water use and groundwater use. And it was a enlightening meeting, and I would suggest you may want to attend the next one in order to get a better understanding of what's happening with the aquifers. And that lady brought up a great point. In the past, 5 acre lots were manageable. And why do we need 2.5 acre lots? Can anyone answer that? Because it was changed in the land development code in 2017 and under the county master plan in 2021. And go ahead, sir.
No, I was just going to say, we don't really engage in question and answer. We're just interested in hearing from you. Yes.
Okay. So I understand that the land use was pushed through in 2017 over the Thanksgiving holiday, correct? 550 pages long. And that's what's led to this high density development, which in reality, is that appropriate? We didn't have an opportunity to speak. You all heard it on November 7th, and it was passed on November 28th by the county commissioners in 2017. And it was written by the exact individual in here that runs Vertex. So back to the water issue, and you can smile all you want, Mr. Bailey. It's not that funny.
Easy now. Stay with it.
167 wells drilled in the last 4 years came up as dry holes. Commercial wells are having to go deeper. So there is definitely a water issue that none of you are recognizing. And eventually it's going to come to fruition. And then what are you going to do if you continue to approve rezoning of 5 acre lots into 2? You're doubling the resource, meaning water. And that's kind of important. That's the elixir of life. So I would suggest you do some better investigation in regards to what's happening to the groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, if I could, so people understand, I appreciate your comments. When we get our report from staff, water is looked into in a preliminary plan context, not in the zoning context, but in a preliminary plan context, and this is both. And the state engineer's opinion is requested and given, and counsel to the county studies that opinion, and we're guided by that. So just so you know, we may not attend every conference, but it's not like we aren't aware of water. So, but I appreciate
It's
your
just kind
comment.
of schmoozed over.
I
No one
appreciate
brings
the
those
comment.
statistics to light to the public, and it's kind of important.
Okay.
I'm on a well, and I'd like to keep my well.
I understood. Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak in opposition?
Hi.
Good morning.
Laurel Scow. I'm here today to ask you to recommend denial of P2511 and SP253, the Iron Ridge rezone and preliminary plan. I want to start with what the applicant's own letter of intent tells you. When neighbors first saw this proposal, they objected to lot sizes under 5 acres sitting right against an existing 5 acre subdivision. Nobody objected to density up north along Walker Road. The concern was specific and was about the edge where this development meets equine Meadows. The people who live there understood the compatibility problem before any of us even walked into this room. The staff report says this request is generally consistent with the large lot residential place type. And on paper, 2.5 acre lots fit the place type language. But compatibility isn't just whether a number fits a category. The land to the south is 5 acre single family, to the east 35 acre parcels. The applicant is cutting the established lot size in half right at that boundary and calling 4 acres of voluntary view easements a transition. A no-build area protects a view. It does not change the density, and it does not make doubling the lot count compatible with what's already there. Here is what worries me, and it's bigger than one subdivision. This is how a rural area stops being rural. Not in one decision, but in sequences of them. 5 to 2.5 here, another rezone next door later, because now there's a precedent. Each one looks reasonable on its own. Each one points to the one before it. The Larkin and Anderson letters in the file make exactly this point. That approving this sets up the next application. That's a pattern, and you are being asked to start it with this project. I'd also ask you to look closely at who is making the case for conformance. The applicant's representative is Vertex Consulting. Vertex is tied to the same firm that helped, or the same man that helped author the 2017 Land Development Code Amendment and the 2021 Master Plan. You should read a conformance argument differently when the author of the rule book is also the applicant's agent. That deserves your scrutiny. I appreciate that Commissioner Bailey clarified the guardrails question earlier. That's the right instinct, because guardrails are exactly what are at stake. The master plan is supposed to tell landowners what to expect. If a long-standing zoning classification gives way every time an applicant asks, the plan isn't a guardrail. It's a starting bid. Please hold the line where your own plan drew it, and to require that compatibility be demonstrated at the boundary, not asserted and not papered over with a view easement. Please recommend denial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Leckie, are the criteria up? All I've got on my screen is the clock. So are the criteria up for the audience? Can we put them back up, please? Here's the only thing I would say, ma'am. I appreciate the comments. Back to what I said early on, we don't care who makes the application. I certainly don't care who makes the application, and neither does any other commissioner up here. That's not what we do. What we do is look at the criteria and judge the application based on that. So while you may feel like you're somehow being backdoored, I assure you there's nobody up here who could care less about who the applicant is. So, is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this proposal? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Mary Louise Fiddler. To your comment that you just made about backdoor angles,
yeah.
I do think it's significant if a code is created by somebody and years later they are able to benefit financially from the code. I think that is something to look at and something to consider. I have a question. I heard you mention the review of the land use code through PCD. Can you tell me when that will be reviewed, and will there be public input to that review?
I don't think I mentioned that, but I'll defer to Ms. Harrington, who's the expert on that.
Absolutely. I assume we're talking about the Land Development Code updates, and we're under a comprehensive review of the entire Land Development Code. Yes, it will be open to the public for review and comment sometime this summer. Right now, it's we've hired a consultant to prepare that work. Staff is not doing that internally, so the consultant draft recommendations will be released, I think, first week of July, and open for public comment, and that will go forward through the Planning Commission to the Board of County Commissioners for eventual approval.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And Mr. Bailey reminds me that we don't do back and forth, but I think that was worth hearing, so everybody knows where the status of that is. but I do stand corrected. Is anyone else wish to speak in opposition to this application? Seeing none, do the commissioners have any questions, comments about it? No, then I will close the public comment on this application. And if the commissioners don't have any comments or thoughts to offer at the moment, we'll call for a motion. I beg your pardon, thank you. The applicant as well and may come up and rebut, and my apologies. It always helps when you got a former chairman sitting next to you, so that's a good thing. My apologies.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I understand that there are concerns regarding the density and in their viewpoint, doubling the density. This is a rural residential zone district, and so the rural lifestyle will be maintained through the permitted land uses within the zone district of the RR 2.5 zoning. Our county is growing. We need to continue to provide places for people to live within the county. And the RR 2.5 is a great zone district to allow for additional density while still allowing for the rural lifestyle to be maintained. There were concerns also regarding water and septic. As you identified, Mr. Chair, we did have to submit a report for both water and wastewater to identify that there's adequate water and that each lot can have at least 2 potential septic locations. So we're meeting all of the rules and regulations that are in place today for utilities. There were also concerns regarding traffic. As staff identified, we did submit a traffic study, and that traffic study showed that the roadways, once improved, can handle the anticipated traffic for the additional lots. So there are no traffic concerns either. That's everything that I wrote down to address. Are there any questions?
Don't appear to be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Could we try this again, Mr. Bailey? All right, so if there are no further comments or questions, the chair will entertain a motion. But the chair can only entertain a motion if one is made, so.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Bailey.
with regards to agenda item 5A, file number P2511, for a map amendment rezone for Iron Ridge, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 2 conditions, 2 notations, 1 waiver, and a finding of sufficiency with regard to water quality, quantity, and dependability, and that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Was that you, Ms. Emmerich? Okay. Thanks, Ms. Emmerich. So it's been moved and seconded that item 5A, file number 2511, map amendment rezoning Iron Ridge rezone, be approved and recommended to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just want a clarification on the motion. I don't think a water sufficiency finding needs to be done during a rezone. I don't know if it matters that he made that part of his motion or not, but
It does not, and we are only doing the rezone
Right,
at the moment.
okay.
Yeah, we'll do
Okay.
the preliminary plan next.
just,
Sorry,
no, it's.
staff got it in our little cheat sheet
Yeah.
here, so
100%.
I read too much.
Yeah.
No, that's okay.
Got it.
We're clear? Okay, very good. So it's been moved and seconded, so I will call the roll. Mr. Bailey,
Aye.
Mr. Byers,
Aye.
Ms. Emmerich,
Aye.
Mr. Moraes,
Aye.
Mr. Brewer,
Aye.
Ms. Casagrande,
Aye.
and the chair also votes aye. So that motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I think. to 0 for recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. I think now we can simply move into taking a vote on the preliminary plan since we've heard from everybody. So let's take a look at item 5B, which is file number SP253, preliminary plan, Iron Ridge preliminary plan. Is there a motion?
Chair, with regards to Agenda 5B of SP 253 for a preliminary plan, Iron Ridge preliminary plan with, I move for approval in accordance with the attached resolution with 3 conditions, 3 notations, and 1 waiver with a finding of sufficiency of water quality with regard to quantity and dependability, that this item be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Emmerich. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Byers. Moved and seconded that file number, that item 5B, file number SP253, preliminary plan, Iron Ridge preliminary plan, be approved and recommended to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Moraes.
I'd just like to say, when I first started reading this staff report and going through all the documents and everything, this is where I probably had more concern about this project in and of itself, especially when, one of the big questions I had was bullet point number 8 talks about the location and design of public improvements to mitigate the effects of the development, was one that kind of jumped out at me with the extension of Colt Court. With talking to the applicant today, applicant's presentation and answering the questions, that made me more comfortable with that they will be able to adhere to that approval criteria. Also, the idea of not connecting, parcel 1 and parcel 2 together, but understanding that there's a physical limitation that would cause a huge impediment. And hearing that there is no intent currently, again, it could change tomorrow, to develop that out north of the Colt Court extension made me more comfortable with this agenda item. So,
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Moraes. So I think we have the motion and a second, so we'll call for a vote. Mr. Bailey,
Aye.
Mr. Byers,
Aye.
Ms. Emmerich,
Aye.
Mr. Moraes.
aye.
Mr. Brewer,
Aye.
Ms. Casagrande.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And I believe rather than 8, that's 7. 7-0 in favor of recommending this item to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration. Okay. That's that item. We're busy this morning. All right, so we will move on to the next regular item. Sorry? People need a short break? What do we have, ladies and gentlemen? 10:18, 10:19? I think people would like to take a short break. Why don't we take a break until 10:30? Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break or 11-minute break or whatever that is. Huh? Is he there? There you go. Okay, sorry. Thank you. All right. So we'll continue on the regular agenda, and I think the next item is item 5C, file number P261, map amendment rezoning, MA subdivision tract A rezone to RM12. Ms. Parsons.
Chairman, staff would like permission to review the two items together, so that'd be P261 and P262. They are adjacent and symbiotic of each other.
Thank you. We will do that. And I'm also, ladies and gentlemen, please remember that if you didn't sign up in the sheet at the front door, please be sure to sign up when you come up to speak here. Okay? Thanks, Ms. Sorensen. Go ahead.
All right, thanks. Carrie Parsons with Planning and Community Development. So P261 is a rezoning from rural residential 5-acre district to residential multi-dwelling 12 dwelling units per acre. And then P262 is a rezoning from RR5 5-acre residential to R residential multi-dwelling 30 dwelling units per acre. Staff that reviewed this was myself and Mr. Diltz. Hearing procedures are much like the previous two hearings on the screen for you. The criteria of approval is the criteria for approval for a map amendment or rezoning, and those are the 4 bullet points on the screen. The request, as I mentioned, is 2 rezonings. One, more specifically, is for 7.79 acres to RM30, and one for 7.56 acres to RM12, both coming from the rural residential 5-acre zoning districts. The property is located southeast of the corner of the intersection of Walker Road and Highway 83. And I want to remind the audience and the commission that water sufficiency is not considered with a map amendment. However, because we are dealing with residential multi-dwelling, those 2 districts do require that the zoning districts are served by central water. And so I will be mentioning that. That is very different than looking at a water sufficiency in terms of dependability, quality, and quantity. We're just looking at more of a feasibility. The first map before you is a map of the applicant's presentation for the RM12. So the RM12 is located on the lower half of the parcel in question, as you can see here. The northern portion, closer to the intersection of Highway 83 and Walker Road, is the proposed higher density of the RM30, which is the 30 dwelling units per acre. An overall aerial of the map, and so I think it's important to point out, and I hope you can see my cursor, it's pretty small. This is a learning institution known as the Monument Academy here. So this site here would be the RM30 as proposed. This site, the RM12 as proposed. This portion to the south is not included in this application. I do need to mention I did have conversation with Mr. Bailey about an adjacent property located here. This site, Mr. Bailey and I did discuss the rural home occupation as a special use that allowed 25 RV and boats to be parked here in this R5 development. And I just wanted to put that on the record so there was no thought that there was any miscommunication outside of the hearing. A rezoning map of the area, again, the flag indicating the site, major highways marked with these little cars. There's a lot on this map, so I thought I'd give you some symbols. Highway 83, as you can see here, and then further to the west, I-25. I would note that as a crow flies, that's about 4.2 miles to the nearest RM30 and about 5.12 miles to RM12, which is adjacent to I-25. Dimensional standards from current RR5 zoning district to what we will be seeing with the RM12 and RM30 are on your screen. In a nutshell, essentially you're going from the 5-acre lot size requirement down to a 3,500 square foot requirement if these were going to be broken into individual lots, which would be allowed for an attached type dwelling unit or row housing or townhome development, if you will. And then in the RM30, we're looking at a 5,000 square foot minimum. In terms of the master plan type, this area in yellow is kind of an isolated pocket. It is identified as suburban residential as a place type. It is surrounded by large lot residential, and here you can see the site with the star. Suburban residential can include limited single-family attached and multifamily housing, provided such development is not the dominant development type and is supportive of compatible with the overall single-family character of the area. And that's just the highlight of suburban residential. I do want to point out single-family detached residential lot size is smaller than 2.5 acres per lot and up to 5 units is the primary use, although the supporting uses do allow for some multifamily residential. The subject property is also within a priority development area. More specifically, this particular priority development area is known as the Black Forest North Central Area Large Lot Residential Priority Development Area. What does that mean? Well, in a nutshell, it's to promote health of natural areas, especially the forest, maintain existing and expand the large lot residential place type in this area, and if there are commercial nodes, they should be considered where appropriately served by the transportation network. And because the priority development area does reference the large lot residential place type, I have included that for reference in my PowerPoint presentation. As noted earlier on another application presented to the commission today, large lot residential neighborhoods typically rely on well and septic, but some developments may be served by central water and wastewater utilities. If those utilities are provided, lots less than 2.5 acres could occur if the overall density was 2.5 acres per lot. The design for the development incorporates conservation of open space and if it's compatible with the character of the existing developed areas. In terms of the area of change in the master plan, this area is developed. So when we think of a developed area, it is important to note that that doesn't mean that there is not any anticipated development. It specifically means that key sites are likely to see more intense infill development with a mix of uses and scale of redevelopment that will significantly impact the character of an area. And then furthermore, regardless of the development that may occur, if these areas evolve to a new development pattern of differing intensity, their overall character can be maintained. So there's a continuing theme throughout the slides here about maintaining the character of the neighborhood. This is also in a key area known as the Tri-Lakes area. Highlights, the Tri-Lakes area is known for its commuter residents and its ease to access the Denver metropolitan area and Colorado Springs. The future development in this area should align with the existing character and strengthen the residential, commercial, employment, and entertainment opportunities in the adjacent communities of Monument, Palmer Lake, and Woodmore.
Brett Diltz, El Paso County, Department of Public Works Engineering. For the transportation section of this property, a traffic impact study was submitted with the rezone applications. As Ms. Parsons stated, the property is located at the southeast corner of Highway 83 and Walker Road. Walker Road is a county-maintained paved major collector highway. To the west of Highway 83 is Highway 105, which is a county-maintained arterial roadway. To the east is Jane Lundeen Drive, that is currently not a county-maintained roadway. To the south is Pinehurst Circle, that is also not a county-maintained roadway. Those two roadways will need to be accepted to the county prior to further development of this property. In the traffic impact study, it was indicated that these two rezones would generate approximately 1,900 daily trips. Improvements to Highway 83 and Walker Road, that intersection have been identified in the traffic impact study. The impact study does indicate the responsibility of the improvements to be on this developer or providing escrow to CDOT. That will be determined at a later date through the CDOT access permit, what CDOT wants to see with that intersection. The El Paso County road impact fee does apply to this property. Multiple options have been discussed in the TAS in regards to level of service at the site access adjacent to the school site. There are about 6 different options in that TAS that identify options to meet level of service criteria in the ECM. The TIS will be reviewed further with further stages of development of this project. Are there any traffic-related questions from the commissioners today? Okay. Now, drainage with a rezone map amendment, we do not have a drainage report or grading and erosion control plans. Those will come at later stages of development. This property is located in the West Cherry Creek Drainage Basin. That basin does not have bridge or drainage basin fees. The site is not located within a floodplain. Are there any drainage-related questions today for this project?
Don't see anything.
Thank you.
All right. So staff went a little above and beyond with the notification. Typically, we would just notice adjacent properties and those properties immediately across the street. But because the amount of neighborhood involvement, staff determined that we would go an extra mile the extra, not literal mile, but the extra way. And we went ahead and just notified for 1,500 feet. We did have the applicant post 4 posters, 2 for each application. There was a rainstorm, the posters were damaged. We did have the applicant reach out to staff and request more posters. The applicant did come, get those posters on their own and reposted the site. And then our clerk has already provided the Gazette with the legal notice for the Board of County Commissioners hearing, which will be July 23rd at 9 a.m., 200 South Cascade Avenue. So we have met our legal obligations and above and beyond for these 2 applications, for the record. And if there are no questions for staff, permission to have the applicant come up.
Thanks, Ms. Parsons, very much.
Good morning, Planning Commission. Craig Dossie with Vertex Consulting Services. Thanks for your time and volunteering to be on this board. It's not an easy job, but we do appreciate your time this morning. I'm not going to cover all the things that Carrie covered in detail. That she did a really good job, certainly from the staff's perspective. There are 2 separate rezonings that are being requested here under the Land Development Code. Those are referred to as map amendments. Of note, they're approximately the same size. The RM12 proposed rezoning, which again is on the south side of the property, that is just over 7.5 acres, and almost 8 acres of RM30. That's immediately at the hard corner of Highway 105 and Highway 83. And this shows kind of that configuration as proposed. Carrie covered the surrounding zoning very well. It's an area that's continued to change with the development of Walden Preserve, which is the PUD located to the bottom right. There's still quite a bit of vacant land in this immediate vicinity, specifically at the intersection of Highway 83 and Highway 105. So I think this probably is not the last application that you're going to hear for rezoning in this immediate area. Certainly it's the one in front of you today, but there's a lot more opportunity for additional development in this area. Kind of going through some of the existing land uses in the area, and I think that helps to kind of create the character that we're talking about, and Carrie emphasized that in her presentation. The property is not adjacent to a single family development. And I think that's important and something that should be remembered through my presentation as well as what you hear from the neighbors. The immediate neighbors here are Monument Academy, which is a high school. Monument Academy, the school is currently there, a parking lot, but it's continuing to expand. To the north of the school, which you can kind of see faintly through here in the aerial, will be an athletic field as well as an auditorium. It will be a full-service high school facility, not unlike the other high schools that you're aware of in our community. To the south is vacant land, south of Pinehurst Circle. To the west is a commercial stable, as well as a storage facility. So these are not, as I said, these are not single-family residential developments today. On the east side of Monument Academy, heading towards Walden 3, is the Walden Corporation wastewater treatment plant. So you have a pretty sizable utility facility that essentially provides a buffer, not only between Walden 3 and Monument Academy, but that adds to our buffer if you add in Monument Academy as well as the wastewater treatment facility. Those will not be developed. Those won't be developed as multifamily. Those won't even be developed as single-family detached. Those uses are probably there for at least my lifetime and maybe even my grandkids' lifetime. So I'm going to go through the rezone criteria. Mr. Chair, I appreciate at the outset of the hearing that the focus is on those criteria. And as we always like to do, we want to make sure that we focus our presentation on that as well. The first criteria, which Carrie covered, is general conformance with the county's master plan. I got a little bit of I guess, recognition in the previous hearing about the county's master plan and the land development code. That's 100% true that I was here for all of that. But what I will remind you is the county's master plan is a statutory document. It is not created and adopted by staff. That document is directed by, budget-wise, by the Board of County Commissioners, but it is steered by this body, Planning Commission. I don't ever want to take credit for that document because that is something that this body adopted through 2.5 years of effort of trying to plan for the future of El Paso County. So I'm never going to take credit for that document. That is a document that this body adopted and ultimately was accepted by the Board of County Commissioners. Same goes for the Land Development Code. Land Development Code is adopted by the Board of County Commissioners. It's not adopted by anybody in Ms. Harrington's position or any other administrative staff member. Moving past that and kind of hopefully disposing of that discussion, you have three things that are pertinent when you look at the conformance with the county's master plan. And Carrie went through each of these. I'm going to go through them in a little bit more detail. You have key area, and those are certain areas of the county that through the process of developing a master plan, the county said, these are either opportunity areas or these are sensitive areas that we need to make sure that we address through the land development planning process. I'm going to go through the Tri-Lakes area. Suffice it to say, it's predominantly housing, but there's some commercial, as we're aware, in the Monument and Woodmore area. There's also the area of change. Carrie identified that the area of change for this area is minimal change developed. But as I've identified, and I think even Carrie identified, there's a lot of vacant land in this area. So there's definitely some development that has occurred, but you're going to see more in the future. And then lastly is the place type. Carrie covered the suburban residential place type. I'm going to go in a little bit more detail, but I think it's important to highlight that place type does not say exclusively single family detached. There are locations within that place type where multifamily is appropriate or where single family attached is appropriate. Some examples of where you see this are areas like Woodman Hills and other areas in Falcon where it's predominantly single family detached, but at particularly major intersections like 103 and 105, or excuse me, 83 and 105, it is appropriate because you have access. And the key with all of this is you're not going to do higher density unless you have centralized water and sewer. That's specifically addressed in the Land Development Code. It's touched on in the master plan, but that's something that is actually present here on this property is the ability to connect to centralized water and sewer. So talking through the key area, I've tried to break this down to key takeaways, at least from my perspective. As Carrie mentioned, we're in the Tri-Lakes key area. The description of the Tri-Lakes Key area basically says this is a place for residents, right? This is where people live. They commute back and forth between either Colorado Springs in the Key area or Denver. But it's important to note that this Key area says there should be a mixture of housing options. It should not be homogeneous. It says future development should strengthen the area, including residential opportunities. A strong community is not exclusively single-family detached. Look across the country. The strongest communities include a mixture of housing types. With regard to the area of change, the minimal change developed areas, key takeaways here is that there is vacant land. And Carrie called attention to the first bullet point, which the master plan says those vacant lands are likely to see more intense development. As housing prices increase, availability of land decreases, and the opportunity to connect to centralized services becomes all but non-existent, there's going to be the need to intensify some of the densities in some of these areas where we have vacant land. There's also vacant pockets of land that you can use the verbiage directly from the master plan. It says it's underutilized. We believe this is one of those properties that if you developed it as single family, one, I don't think you'd sell a lot because it backs up to 2 highways, but 2, it's underutilized. It can provide a buffer. There's a buffer already there between the existing development. You're on centralized water and sewer. That's the best utilization of this property as it sits today in the context of what's around it. More importantly, the specific site context for this particular application is it's adjacent to a school. So you have walkability directly across the street to a high school. Walkability for any of the teachers or the administrative staff or custodial staff that wants to live near the school and walk to school, walk to their job. And as I mentioned, we're also immediately adjacent to 2 major arterials, Highway 83 and Highway 105. With regard to the place type, the key takeaways here is it specifically says it should be mostly single family. That does not mean exclusively single family. Now, I'll show you an exhibit on the next slide, but what it suggests is that multifamily shouldn't be the dominant land use. 100% agree. It's not appropriate in all locations. But it does suggest that multifamily should be located within this place type. And there's appropriate places where that should happen. I would suggest to you that at the intersection of 2 major arterials is a pretty good place to locate multifamily when it can be served by centralized water and sewer. And I'm focusing on multifamily, but it also suggests that attached single family should be located as well within this place type. And that's really more reference to the RM12 zoning that's being proposed. So this exhibit shows the distance between the nearest RM30 zoning and this property. And the reason why we showed this is because the place type says it shouldn't be predominantly multifamily. But what it does mean is that there should be multifamily, but it shouldn't be across the landscape. There are strategic locations where it is appropriate. And you'll notice that the other location where the county has deemed it, although it's historic, as being appropriate, is next to another major arterial, which is I-25. And it's also adjacent to another high school, which is Lewis Palmer High School. Those are the things that sort of suggest that this is an appropriate location for higher density, both attached single family as well as multifamily. And I will note that's 4 miles away. You could probably spin that and say that's a good thing. That suggests there's not compatibility. I would argue that that's exactly what the master plan is suggesting, is that they should be spaced out. There shouldn't be a continuation of multifamily development across the entire landscape. They should be located in appropriate locations. Carrie identified that this is within a priority development area. I think the key takeaways here is that it's important to utilize and extend existing infrastructure. That language comes directly from the master plan. There is an ability here to extend the Walden Corporation's centralized water and sewer, as I've touched on. You don't have that in very many locations in the county. You heard a gentleman on the prior item suggest to you that all these wells that are being drilled for 2.5 acre lots is a bad thing. Right or wrong, this is not that. This actually is a more efficient use of our water. Those flows get returned and treated before they're released back into the drainage way. That's a safer, more efficient way to use water than if you're drilling wells on 2.5 acre lots. The numbers support that. You can look that up. There's a lot of waste associated with using wells on individual lots. Centralized services for increased density is a much more efficient way to use the water that we do have. And then just highlighting that it is specifically mapped as a priority development area. Mr. Bailey, I think you made a comment in the last item that it's not suggesting that that should happen. I think in some cases that is actually the case. And I think the reason why I say that is there's so many limited areas where higher density development can be served by centralized water and sewer. And I think the master plan looked at those areas and said, if we're going to densify, that's where that should go. It's not necessarily leaving open-ended saying you're never going to get multifamily in areas that can't be served by those types of facilities because they don't exist. And it's not cost effective to actually create those facilities. So we'll talk about character, and I think chapter 4, which is housing communities from the master plan, really does a good job of saying what's appropriate. Chapter 4, and this is page 57, need for housing variety, specifically says the county will need significantly more multifamily units. It doesn't say security will need more, or Widefield will need more, or Falcon will need more. It says the county will need more. And when the county did the master plan, one of the driving forces behind doing it as a single plan rather than as small area plans is because the growth that our region is incurring is not a small area problem or small area issue that has to be dealt with. It's a county-wide issue. Frankly, it's a regional issue and state issue, but we can only control what happens in the county. The county's master plan said that's something that has to be looked at in all areas of the county, not in just certain areas. It also addresses transitioning with attached housing. This is also on page 57. You can see in the exhibit what's actually happening in the areas. You have 1 acre minimum lot sizes in the Walden Preserve PUD, which is bottom right. There's potential to do single family detached, the property immediately to the south of Pinehurst, and then transitioning into single family attached in the RM12 that's proposed, and then transitioning even beyond that to the RM30 that's proposed. That's exactly what this section of the code is talking about. Single family attached housing such as townhomes, row homes, and multi-unit apartments should be used to create seamless transitions between lower intensity and higher intensity neighborhoods. This is not a stark change from 2.5 acre or even half acre lots. It's transitioning from those to this hard corner at the 2 highways. You know, county, as I mentioned, county calls for more multifamily, but that's only realistic in certain locations, as I've highlighted with regard to the services. You have to look at those areas and say, does it make sense here? And those are running out, to be quite honest. You don't have central providers in areas of the county that have available land to do this on. This is one of the few locations where that's even an option. Carrie touched on the notification that was sent out. This is with regard to criteria 2, which is in compliance with statutory provisions. We did replace the posters because they either blew down or were torn down or Mother Nature washed them down. But all of that was replaced, so that was actually posted twice. We'll talk about compatibility. This is criteria 3. Nina touched on this in the prior item. Compatibility does not mean the same as. And I think this really gets to that, where we talk about a 400-yard buffer between a school use and a wastewater treatment facility, but also the housing transition, density transition from the Walden Preserve PUD. That's compatibility. You're not creating this sharp contrast at a property line, a shared property line between lower intensity and higher density development. Compatibility is they can function together. The road network's already in place. There's a roundabout already off of Walker Road. There's already an direct access off of Highway 83 that CDOT gave to the development years ago. All the traffic can go in and out of this development without ever going into any of the neighborhoods. That makes it compatible. You have a signalized intersection that controls that access. Those are the things that, when you talk about transitioning land uses, those are the things that are important to be in place. A lot of times we stand up here and say, well, trust me, they're going to be in place. Those things are coming. Signals are coming. Roadways are coming. But in this case, they're already there. And we can certainly bring up our traffic engineer to say the same thing. Those roads can handle the traffic that's being proposed from this development. Again, touching on compatibility, as I mentioned, we have the school, but even to the west, obviously one of our neighbors is Highway 83. It's pretty wide CDOT right-of-way. The county does not control that right-of-way. The state does. But beyond that, we have commercial stable. We have commercial uses immediately to the west. There's no hard transition between single-family detached and this property. I've already touched on this. We're almost 1,300 feet from the nearest property line to the nearest single-family detached in Walden. So that is important. Visibility is not a criteria, right? Visual, and you even touched on it in the last presentation, there's no right to a view. But if there was a right to a view, that would be preserved here. This is a view looking down Pinehurst. You can see the arrow in the bottom right. Excuse me. Looking sort of northeast towards the school. The property is actually over the rise. So the school sits, if you haven't driven up A3, you can't miss it. It sits right on top of the hill. This property is on the other side of the hill. So in terms of visibility, the visibility is going to be minimal at best, looking from essentially east to west. And then looking kind of southwest from Walker Road, again, it's over the rise. You can see the school sitting up on the hill. All the property is going to be over the rise. Again, visibility is going to be minimal at best. And then this is actually from the neighborhood. You're looking through the school where the right arrow is on, which is subject property not visible due to terrain. That right arrow is where the athletic facility is going to be in the auditorium. So again, no visibility looking from the existing neighborhood through the wastewater treatment plant, through the school, over to the property. And then lastly, looking down 105 from west to east, this is the nearest neighbor located to the west, again on the other side of Highway 83. There's going to be visibility, but it's so far away that it's really pretty minimal, and certainly the impacts are minimal. Whether the site is suitable for the intended use, we always talk about the density, 30 dwelling units per acre, 12 dwelling units per acre. I know there's folks that are on this commission that realize that you're never going to get to that. You're never going to get to 38 units per acre, especially on something that's less than 8 acres. You have to factor in access, parking, landscaping. There's going to be other things that drainage facilities. There's going to be other things that come into play that shrink that. And with your maximum building height, you're never going to get to 30 units per acre. Similarly, you're never going to get to 12 units per acre. It's the top end, but it's not reality. Any questions on the criteria or any questions in general for me?
If no one else has, I've got a couple, Mr.
I don't.
Could you back up, please, to your key area slide, if we can find that guy? Okay. I was interested in your application. You say a portion of the site is in the Tri-Lakes key area. Why do we say that?
It's the whole thing. Yeah, it should say the whole thing. If it says portion, I apologize.
Okay. All righty. And I know you've highlighted future development in this area should align with existing character and strengthen, among other things, residential, but we'll move on from that. Let's take a look. When it said a portion, would you now say all of it is fine? Isn't it also 100% in the Black Forest North Central area? Residential priority development area, the whole site?
That's this exhibit. You're correct.
So the site...
It's on the edge of it, yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, oh, sorry, Mr. Murray.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions. go to criteria 3, your bullet that gives the definition from the Land Development Code right there. That last sentence, rather, compatibility refers to the sensitivity of the proposed use, activity, design, and maintaining the character of the existing development within the vicinity. I would say the vicinity is within a mile or so, half mile, walkable. How would you say that RM 12 and RM 30 is maintaining that existing development within the vicinity?
Yeah, that's a good question. And obviously, there's no definition in here for vicinity. I think when you have a school that's immediately adjacent, your vicinity shrinks. Walkability in this area of the county is pretty limited. I think with exception to defined regional trails, maybe even neighborhood trails, parks, there's very limited sidewalks in this area. So the ability to develop something like this next to a school becomes very important. It actually enhances the walkability and the connection of the neighborhood to that school, because now some of the residences actually can walk to the school. I'm sure there's kids today that do walk to Monument Academy, but the facilities are not, it's an older area, right? The Walden area is older. There's not sidewalks in that area necessarily.
Okay, so let's just take that point that you're saying that putting this in there is going to enhance the walkability to the school. Where else would it enhance the walkability to?
Well, this development's not going to construct sidewalks outside of the property, if that's what you're suggesting.
Right, but your argument was that this is going to help walkability. It's going to help. It fits in that vicinity in terms of being a good thing. But you also said that once you get outside of it, there is no walkability in that area. So I'm just trying to think how the sensitivity of this proposed use, the sensitivity of this RM designations or the activities, the multifamily, is going to maintain the character of the existing development within the vicinity. I would contend that this is a little island of suburban residential surrounded by large lot residential to the north, all four sides. It's a little island. And so,
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
and so I kind of look at it going, well, how is it going to maintain the character of that large, again, it's an island. When the master plan was written, it designated this area as suburban residential. And we're seeing that, but just to the west, just to the north, just to the south, all of a sudden you get to the large lot residential from these tracks. I'm not even talking about going a little bit to the west, where you also get it on the east side too.
I think drawing that conclusion ignores the school. I think it ignores the wastewater treatment plant. The character of this area is changing. It has been changing. It is served by centralized water and sewer, which does not pay for itself, right? You can't just develop a new development with centralized water and sewer. You have to have enough households to support that. This adds to that household mix. But it does provide that transition. That's why I showed the density transition, the housing type transition. And I think also to draw that conclusion ignores that the place type says multifamily should be allowed. It shouldn't be the dominant land use, but it also ignores that single family attached should be allowed. And it can't go everywhere. As I said in my presentation, it can only go, those types of uses can only go where there's centralized water and sewer.
Okay, so let's just go on that point. So let's look at the actual, that's the master plan with a bunch of shoulds and stuff in there we all say that it's not prescriptive. But the approval criteria, number 3, says the proposed land use or zone districts is compatible, so we talked about compatibility, with existing and permitted land uses or zoning districts in all directions.
Mm-hmm.
And so I look to the north and I say, how is this compatible use in maintaining the character to the north, to the character to the west, the character to the south? I say maybe you can kind of squint your eyes and say character to the east, possibly, but once you get past the Walden development, it goes back to large lot residential right there. So that's what I'm having a tough time, at least at this point. I have some other things, but this is where I'm kind of a little bit hung up at this point.
Yeah, I think when you look to the west and the northwest and the north, those are largely just undeveloped large acreage parcels, right? They're not currently low density single family detached lots. I think using those as character, you could say that's what's there, but it's not likely to stay that way. Certainly with the proximity to the Walden Corporation and extension of services from the same provider, it's likely to change at some point, right? Or there's going to be a request for change. That may not get approved.
I 100% agree that it most likely will change, but will most likely change is not on the agenda today. We're looking at this agenda item right here.
And I understand that. I think when the master plan says you should promote or allow multifamily in this place type, you should allow or promote single family attached in this place type. To say that it always has to be adjacent to that same use, there will never be another one, right? Because all the land next to the ones that are existing in that zoning are all built out, because that's where the water is, that's where the sewer is. So to say that it has to be the same zoning or it has to be the same land use, it's not realistic to implement that part of the master plan, because those things don't exist today, right? There's always the first one, whether it's Triview, whether it's, Falcon, there's always the first one, but it's part of a changing character in this area.
Mr. Chair, if I could pile onto that, I had an
Yes,
addition
sorry.
that sort of fits. I apologize for interrupting. I've heard the argument several times that this is compatible because of the proximity to Monument Academy. In looking at Monument Academy's current enrollment, I noticed they're nearly capacity and they have a wait list for several grades. So I have a two-part question. If compatibility is tied to potential enrollment with the school, walkability to the school, have you guys considered the fact that there's not much capacity left at Monument Academy? And if so, have you considered the impact of 1,900 new trips per day in that close proximity to a school?
So, and I can have Jeff Austin, who's our traffic engineer, come up and talk through the traffic study with regard to the second part of your question. The first part of your question, I know Monument Academy is a growing, I'll say, multi-campus school, right? Because it's also off of 105. I think there's opportunities for them to expand. I don't know that their enrollment's going to remain static moving forward. I do think that having trips that are initiated across the street probably is going to actually help the traffic situation going in and out of Monument Academy. Kids are walking to school versus
Let's let him talk, ladies and gentlemen.
versus every car coming in to drop off and pick up. I mean, that's why schools are located in neighborhoods, right? For that exact reason. Schools historically have started moving out of neighborhoods and onto major arterials. That's actually created kind of part of the problem with a lot of the newer schools. But historically, schools were in neighborhoods so that there was that walkability, because that's where the population was.
No, understood. My question is more that there isn't capacity for the people who could walk to go there.
And I don't know
that means you've got a 60-mile-an-hour thoroughfare right next to a school in an area that you're telling us is improving walkability. So you got more kids on foot near a high-traffic area, increasing the traffic. That's just a concern I wondered if you'd given thought to.
Yeah, and I understand the capacity question, and I appreciate that. I mean, we don't control what Monument Academy does any more than you do, but I think it's a growing school.
Agreed. I know you don't control it, but it was a central part of your argument, so I wanted to
I
address it.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Emery?
You keep using that term walkability, and my understanding is that walkability has more to do with walking to a school. It has to do with grocery stores in the vicinity and other things that make living in an apartment or multifamily dwelling walkable to more than just school. So is just the school going into what you would determine walkability for this new residential development, or is there other things? Like, I think public transportation has to be within a certain amount of miles or feet.
Yeah, as you know, there's very limited public transportation opportunities in unincorporated El Paso County in general. Most of it's pretty much limited to City of Colorado Springs. There are a lot of recreational opportunities that are very walkable from this specific site that are within the Walden neighborhood, specifically a regional trail that was dedicated to the county. So there are other opportunities to walk in the community beyond just across the street to the school.
Oh, okay. So, but just typically there's
Obviously,
usually
no grocery
stores
store, right? There's
and public transportation that go into a walkability score of we'll say an apartment building or multifamily.
Yeah, I mean, hard enough time rezoning to multifamily, let alone commercial, right? I mean, there's not likely to be commercial in this area for that reason. But certainly the opportunity to recreate, kids to go play in the parks that are in Walden, that's all open to the public. That's not owned and controlled by the HOA. Those are all dedicated to the county as regional trails.
But ultimately, the walkability score that would be associated with this residential would still be quite low.
Yeah, and I think that's unfortunately kind of universal throughout El Paso County, frankly.
Yes, Ms. Casagrande.
I just wanted to add to hers. You mentioned LP as an example, and they do have things, the multifamily there, where they can walk to things like fast food restaurants, the Walmart, the King Super, and this site doesn't have that. So I just thought that was a strange comparison, knowing that area, because my kid goes there. So I see the traffic and the people walking on the paved sidewalks that they have, things like that. And so this just seems more like an island situation versus the example that uses LP.
I'm sorry, you're referencing Lewis Palmer?
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I just didn't hear you well.
Sorry.
And we all know this, right? Commercial's not gonna build where there's not a demand. Obviously, that's a little different because it is next to I-25. But most commercial does not come into a community, does not come into a more dense area until those rooftops are there to support it. We mentioned that there's other vacant land in the area. Maybe some of that comes in and proposes to rezone to commercial, maybe not. But I don't know that we want people walking across Highway 83 either. But there is property to the north, and walking across Walker Road could be very doable.
Other questions? One comment or question, one more from me, Mr. Dicey, and then we'll move on.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about traffic, because my experience on 83 is that it is at capacity on most days.
Yes.
Certainly on the weekend. I think 105 is similar, although it has less traffic than 83, obviously. Think your access would be proposed to 83, recognizing that this is not a plat. But so anyway, I would like to hear a little bit more about traffic, how this intersection is functioning.
Happy to do that. Mr. Chair, it's okay with you. I'll have Jeff Hodson with LSC
That's fine.
address that. I'll just to hopefully try to look a little bit smart. Access can't come from 83. It's going to have to be internal from Jane Lundeen.
Just because of distance.
CDOT would never give access there. And frankly, because of the topography, it'd almost be impossible to build it.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Planning Commissioners. Jeff Hodgson, LSC Transportation Consultants. We prepared the traffic impact study for the rezones. To answer the question about the intersection at 83, currently the intersection 83 and Walker is operating at an acceptable level of service. There are a couple of turning movements or approach movements that are below the level of service. And so as part of the recommendations, addition of, in the short term, adding an additional lane on the side road to increase capacity and then in the future, adding one going the other way. So in the long term, there'll be 2 through lanes each direction across 83. What that allows them to do to add that capacity is it allows to keep, CDOT can keep that signal timing prioritized for the north-south traffic because less time is needed to serve the side road when that happens. And to be frank, honestly, most of the, at that intersection, the biggest delay, when you see the biggest delay is when the school has their parent pickup and drop off periods. It's, the 20-25 minute period when parents are coming and going, dropping the kids off. And most of the other times it's not, the delay is not even close to being over capacity. So So that's what we, and we just kind of looked at, and we did take a thorough look at all the school traffic. Our study looks at morning peak hour. It looks at the late afternoon peak, say your 4:30, 5:30 time period. It also looks at the school peak hour. So we counted and we estimated future traffic for that time period when Monument Academy is at its peak. So, and that, those three peaks were considered in our analysis for, you know, when we, to come up with our recommendations and our findings of impact. So as far as the other intersections, for the access points, those are going to be looked a little more detail once more is known about the specific development plans. So those are going to be evaluated at that time when lot layouts or building layouts and the plans themselves are put together. So that those access points to Jane Lundeen will be addressed at that point in time. So we put several options. We did like 3 or 6 different scenarios for so.
So through lanes on 105 eastbound to Walker, and then what happens on 83? So is there a decel lane for the northbound traffic?
Yes, there's one there now. So there's existing north and south.
Would that satisfy a development this density, or would that have to expand, lengthen?
No, yeah, that would work because most of the traffic turning from 83, the busiest peak is the afternoon peak, which is off peak from the school. So, but those turn lanes are in place now. So as far as the north-south traffic, it's the east-west, like initially the westbound approach we're showing in the short term would need 2 lanes to be able to keep that signal time and to help alleviate some of the queuing that backs up from the intersection.
So what about speed? The speeds on 83, are you comfortable with where that's at today? And I'll use an example because I've made many trips pulling a horse trailer into the property that is to the west. And you need to put your signal on probably a quarter mile in advance to keep people from potentially rear-ending you. I attribute that not necessarily to the posted speed, but the speed that folks drive on that. Are there safety concerns there?
That's CDOT. Last I heard, there was in the works an access management plan for that corridor in El Paso County. I haven't seen it yet, but I know that they've been working on access management for that section of highway. So that will help with the safety aspect of it. As far as the speeds, I do know, they have the roundabout that was put in up at County Line. So that helped. I mean, CDOT's in the business of moving traffic. CDOT's in the business of moving traffic as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So they're concerned about the safety. So that's where you look at access management, cross sections, enough turn lanes, that your signals are at, not over capacity, you don't have long queues. So we looked at those aspects of it. As far as the safety, I can't recall if there's those advanced flashing beacons that have when it's going to turn yellow and then red, it flashes and said, be prepared to stop. I can't recall if those are out there, but those are always an option on these high-speed state highways. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. At the risk of continuing to discuss something that's not really as specifically tied to the criteria for a rezone, on the traffic stuff that you're talking about, and everybody's got concerns about traffic, understand, everywhere we go. At the same time, I'll caution that we don't want to penalize a property owner, an applicant in this case, for the bad behavior of other people, of the neighbors or anything else. We all drive too fast. That's on us. It's not on somebody who is a property owner near here. You talked about an acceptable level of service. And if you would, just for a second, I would argue that my definition of an acceptable level of service is far different from the criteria, because if I have to wait more than 10 or 15 seconds, I'm cursing at the light and the traffic engineer who set the timing because it's not fast enough. Tell us a little bit about what adequate level and inadequate level, and I think at least one of the letters that we read here talked about a failing intersection. Level of service F does not mean failing. It just means it's the 6th level that are defined in the criteria.
Correct. Yeah. Level of service is generally in a range. They break the range of delays, or, each letter has a range of average delay per vehicle. And that's basically all it is. There's other measures of capacity, but level of service is strictly about delay. So, in the range of D or better, that is considered acceptable by CDOT, El Paso County. So that's the standard, is to be a level service D or better. And there's two different types. You can have level of service for the whole intersection, and then you can have levels of service for each individual approach or turn movement. So we look at both in our studies. So the other things we look at when we talk about capacity, it's not all about level of service, because it's about queuing, which is an important consideration. That's affected, it's related to delay, but not necessarily. If you can have a level service E or F, but have no problem, very little queuing. The other part of it is the volume to capacity ratio, which is, you look at, if you take a signalized intersection, basically you divide up the time that everybody can be served, and CDOT's going to prioritize those north-south movements. So they're going to minimize the time for those side street movements to be able to prioritize the main road. So essentially, you can have some of those movements being in a higher delay range, but it doesn't mean they fail or are a problem. You just have to wait a little bit longer. So actually, during the school time, when there's more traffic, it actually holds that green longer, so that more traffic can be served. If it's an off time of day and you have just one or two cars, it'll serve those vehicles. It'll turn back to red. It'll gap out, as we call it. And then the next person that pulls up right behind him has to wait another 2 minutes or whatever, a minute and a half. So that's why it's not always an indicator just by the letter grade, although it is the criteria to use, but we look at all those different factors. And the reason we recommended the additional capacity on the approaches is so that those can be reduced some of the queuing, and that makes it work better and more efficiently and operate better. And it also allows CDOT to keep the traffic moving on 83. So,
no, thank you.
That
I
helps.
think it's important context. We see them. We see the traffic studies all the time. We read them. We know what it is. I don't remember how many pages yours is, but it went into very specific detail about what the changes could be or should be, recommended changes in order to make something like this work. But it defines also the assumptions that went into it. As Mr. Dossi said, RM30 doesn't necessarily mean 30 dwelling units per acre. It's going to be something less than that, but the assumption has to be the maximum. So it's important to look at that. And again, at the preliminary plan stage, we'll see this updated when there's a specific use that is, that's identified, or specific, the details of the plan. When those come about, we'll see more in this if this rezone was approved. Well, if anything happens, even if it's still zoned as it is, in order to develop that property, the owner, the applicant would have to come to get approval, and that's where those details are dictated. So, Mr. Chair and my colleagues here, thanks for indulging a little bit of an excursion, even though this application does not depend on a traffic study. The traffic study certainly informs what we're doing here, but it's not part of the criteria that we have to use for this specific application.
I'll mention one more thing I forgot to mention, that level of service actually is for the busiest 15 minutes of your peak hour, because we apply factors, that raise the flow rates of the traffic. So it's actually rating for that busiest 15 minutes and not the entire hour. So when you have a school or a church or a busy use that concentrates, that takes into, the level of service takes that into account, so.
Mr. Dancy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Dancy, while you're making your way back up here, if you could think a little bit about this, as I started to say earlier. My concern here a little bit, which I'd be interested in hearing you address, is exactly what we just did. We're counting nuns on the head of a pin. The question is, in my mind, the underlying, or at least the way I look at it, one of the underlying concerns was highlighted by Mr. Moraes, which is in the context of the compatibility definition of maintaining the character of the neighborhood. And I notice in the discussion of priority development areas in the master plan, it says its guiding principle is development should be prioritized to efficiently utilize and extend existing infrastructure and conserve water resources and strengthen established neighborhoods. And this neighborhood, if I understood correctly, is in the Black Forest North Central Area Priority Development Area. And the guiding principle for that is the county should maintain existing and expand large lot residential place type in this area. So to me, the underlying concern here is maintaining an area. And realistically, if I understood Ms. Parsons' presentation and yours, the nearest RM30 and RM12 are miles from this place. And whether there's a commercial lot across 83, I go by that all the time, that's a lot of acres, that's RR5. Everything around there is RR5. Mm-hmm. So instead of getting into the minutia, what's the notion of what this neighborhood feels like and what it ought to feel like? And whether this is appropriate in that context.
Yeah, and I agree. I think a lot of times it comes down to how does it feel, right? And for anybody sitting behind me, maybe except for the ones back in that corner, anything's going to feel bad probably. As was experienced with Walden Preserve, that felt bad because it was 1 acre. It's the product of growth in our community. That doesn't make it good. At one point, everybody sitting behind me, their house didn't exist either. Neither did their lot. They were the bad guy, right? Because they came in to something that was A35 probably. So again, that's not a justification. That's just a fact of life that we all deal with development. I do want to go back to Mr. Moraes' comment about vicinity is a mile. I will highlight that within a mile, you have the Hideaway, which is a resort located on the other side of Walden. That's within a mile, firmly within a mile. That has a lot of residents driving to and from that facility occupants driving to and from that facility every day. You have the boat and RV storage. That's also not residential. You have the commercial stable. That's also not residential. You have Monument Academy. That's not residential. You have a wastewater treatment plant. That's not residential. By my count, especially on the bigger properties, you have more uses that are not residential than are residential. Now you're going to have certainly more numbers in terms of the lots, But in the immediate vicinity, you actually have more non-residential uses than you have residential.
But you have RR5.
You do have R5, and just like Walden, they had to change the zoning. Walden Preserve had to change the zoning. You know, when RR5 went into, and this is, I don't want to give a history lesson because nobody has time for that. But with the 300-year rule, RR5 made a lot of sense in this area. The previous item, R2.5 can be done with the 300-year rule. This is not subject to that necessarily because you have a central water provider. I don't want to say it's outside the rules, but it's a little bit different than what you just saw in your previous item. I will note that, you know, if you look at compatibility in the massing context, the school is the largest structure for I don't know how many miles, and that's immediately next door. There's nothing to compare to other than the commercial stable to the west. There's nothing to the north. There's nothing to the south. So if we're talking about those that are immediately adjacent from a massing perspective, this is actually going to be massed smaller than the school ever would. One question that came from over here was with respect to Monument Academy expanding enrollment. I was just informed they got a $17 million donation to expand the school. That includes those facilities I mentioned, as well as adding a whole nother wing of classrooms, which would expand their enrollment.
Okay.
I also highlight, I mentioned the potential for commercial at this major intersection. Make no mistake, this is a major intersection. There's a lot of trips that come by this. Just to the south of here at Hodgen in 83, there is commercial zoning. Just to the south of here. And that's, I don't say that's compatible with this. My point is, that's what you see at major intersections. So to opine that there could be commercial development in close proximity to this that could be walked to is not that far-fetched. You have evidence of that just to the south.
Just for clarity, just to the south is several miles on 83 to Hodgen. Yeah.
But the point being, it's the same corridor.
Yeah.
And it's at a major intersection. I would argue Highway 105 and 83 is actually a more significant intersection than even at Hodgen.
Sorry for the interruption. So
No, it's okay. I appreciate that.
Carry on, Mr.
I think that's it for me. I think I've gotten beat up enough for one time. I will come back up and do rebuttal if that's permitted.
Are there further questions for Mr. Dunn?
No, just one point.
Moraes.
To go back when you came up and you talked about Walden Preserve being, you know, there was angst about that. I think there was angst about that, but at the same time, that was in the suburban residential place type, which 5 dwelling per unit, you know, 5 dwelling units per acre. It was, you're saying no, it wasn't in?
That place type didn't exist and Walden Preserve was approved because I was the planner that reviewed it. That was under the small area plan at the time. There was no place type construction that was in place that was used for that analysis.
Okay, I digress. I will say one last thing.
Yes.
And then just about the compatibility, you know, the definition, you talked about the mass, you know, compatibility, elements affecting compatibility include the height, the scale, the mass, and the bulk of the structures. I would think this RM30 would have more bulkiness, more, and that property have more numerous buildings. Or am I imagining RM12 and RM30 being something different than?
Are you saying in comparison to the school or compared to something else?
Comparison to the area.
Certainly not more massing than the school. Each individual building is going to be limited by the zone district maximum height. When you factor in, as I mentioned, landscaping, parking, access roads, detention ponds, you're going to be nowhere near what Monument Academy can do on their property because you don't have those restrictions internally.
Let me ask you this way. In your professional opinion, if you were to look at it, again, not holding you to it at all, but how many buildings would be, how many structures would you think would be on that track?
That's a good question. And the reason why is you have a buildability issue with this property. I'm hoping to find a good picture that shows what I want to reference. This is probably the best one. So if you see where the base elevation is of Monument Academy, that's actually over the rise. But the way that this property sits today, it's actually terraced. So you have an upper portion, which is immediately adjacent to Jane Lundeen Drive, and then you have a lower portion. It's essentially terraced from east to west, west to east, however you want to look at it, coming up from Highway 83. Unless you wanted to break the bank to move a lot of dirt, you're going to have to site them on those terraces, right? The structures. So inherently, your footprints are not going to be what you see in a development that's flat, that may be located in the city of Colorado Springs, Falcon, wherever. It's just not cost effective to move that much material. That situation also affects accessibility into those sites, because the road, you're going to be limited in where you can put roads, but you also have to put roads kind of throughout in order to provide access to each of the terraces for each side of the development, north and south. So that's a long-winded answer to say, in my professional opinion, your building footprint is going to have to be limited because of the topography and because of accessibility to each of those terraces within each of those respective developments. And then ultimately you're limited by height, right? Because you're under the zoning district maximum building height. So you may get more numbers, but you're not going to get a monolithic building on this site. It's just never going to happen. Access is a problem. The topo is a problem. It's too expensive to build it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Justin Kilgore over here.
Oh, I just looking for who's talking.
When the time's appropriate, would you mind having Mr. Moraes ask those master plan and prior small area plan questions of staff?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
I should have deferred to them. I'm sorry. Sorry, Justin. I think that's it for me, unless there's any other questions.
All right. Any more? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I get an idea? We're approaching the witching hour here. I hate to do this to you, but let's get some sense of next item. The next thing we would normally do in our procedure is hear from people who are in favor of these two applications. Is there anyone in the audience who, other than the applicant, who's in favor of these two applications, wants to speak on these two applications? Other than the little boy waving his arms back there, we don't see anybody. Okay. Could I get some sense by raised hands, how many people would like to speak in opposition? Okay. You have just condemned yourselves to a lunch break. So we will take, if that's all right, Jess, does that work for you? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We'll take a lunch break until 12:30. Okay, so off you go, and we'll see you at 12:30. Thank you very much. We will recess until 12:30. Are we working? I don't know. Let's see. Bang again. My microphone, there we go. It's decided it doesn't like me. Okay. We'll reconvene the meeting of the Planning Commission.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Moraes.
I had a question I just wanted some clarification on. Before we left for lunch, it was discussed about the Walden Preserve and how it was approved, not under this master plan. I just had a question, I guess, for staff of how it was approved. Was it under any plan or was it just in a empty, non-planned area of the county? So I don't know if Ms. Parsons can, she ran up, so I'm thinking she can.
All right. I have an answer for you. Again, Carrie Parsons with Planning and Community Development. So prior to the adoption of our current master plan, we had several small area plans underneath the guiding principles of an overall arching county policy plan. This particular area was known as Region 5 in the now expired Black Preservation Plan area. And at the time, it was a very colorful, very easy to use master plan back then, these sub-area plans. This location right here, this little activity node, this would have been 105 Walker, and then this being 83. So when we look at this, we go to the key index, and that node would have indicated a potential location for commercial usage oriented towards the specific needs of residents. So a school would serve residents, for instance. And then there was also additional symbol discussing the orientation of said residential development. Overall, the main goal was preserving the timbered area and the open spaces of the plan. And then further, there is still text in that expired plan for the Spruce Hill Highway 83 corridor that really focuses development on densities consistent with more rural development. It specifically notes the Walden 3 subdivision, which was developed in the 70s, or at least the approvals were, and it identifies that particular development had one dwelling unit per acre. And then in the backup report for the staff report, I did reference that the Walden Preserve PUD, which is just south, and I believe Mr. Dawsey had mentioned that has an overall density of 1.87 dwelling units per acre. Now, both of those developments were under this previous Black Forest plan. Now, this Black Forest plan is not relative today. Today, we have to follow our current master plan. Our current master plan has a conglomeration of components to it. So we have to look at everything from the place type. We have to look at that priority development area. So those priority development areas that you see in today's master plan are kind of like, they replaced all our smaller sub-area plans because we did away with that. And so we created priority development areas. So this is probably the most equivalent thing that we have to a smaller sub-area plan if we were comparing it to the previous sub-area master plan for that particular region of the county. Does that answer your question?
It does, thanks. Clarifies it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, on that though, by saying we did away with those plans, the current plan was informed by those other plans in order to replace them and standardize the kinds of plans that cover the whole county. Because we had different ones, different levels of specificity, different criteria, different, and established, I think, over probably 20 or 30 years of evolution. So to say that we got rid of the Black Forest Preservation Plan, true, however, it's misleading because the input from the people in that area, the use of, that Black Forest Preservation Plan was used as a foundational document for the current master plan. So all those, but it also recognized that the Black Forest Preservation Plan, I think, was in the 70s. Maybe early mid 80s.
87 is when it has a master plan file of.
I was just trying to remember if it was before I moved here the first time or just after. So it had been around for a long time until we incorporated its philosophy into the master plan just a few years ago.
Correct. And I'm sorry if I didn't use the right terminology. So yes, we incorporated all the sub-area plans throughout El Paso County. We had a Falcon sub-area plan. We had a Highway 115 sub-area plan. This plan, we had a Highway 94 plan, for example. All those went into various priority development areas. As you see, this is an example. So this priority development plan is essentially carrying forth that mission, if you will, of that previous 1987 Black Forest Preservation Plan with modern adaptations. Is that better stated for you? Okay.
Well,
Not better, just stated differently, which is important, because if somebody hears it once, they might assume that that's exactly, we didn't do away with it. There was not an effort to, we got to have a new master plan so we can get rid of the stupid ideas from the Black Forest. Absolutely not. It was, how do we make sure that we carry forward this stuff into a modern plan that will take the county into the future, not looking back 40 years.
And if you look at the highlights in this priority development plan, a lot of what we see on our screen here and in our master plan, they almost mirror what was written back in 1987. It talked about commercial nodes serving the residential communities. It talked about, keeping rural character and rural characteristics. So it's not that much different. What it didn't do is specify specific lot sizes. We don't see that here. So, okay, anything else on that?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Parsons, very much. Very important for context. And you're going to throw those, thank you. You're going
throwing
to,
them up
thank
right
you
now.
very much. Okay. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for bearing with us over lunch. Hope you had time to check your phone at least anyway. So we're going to go into the portion of the meeting or the hearing that deals with comments from the public in opposition to the proposal. Bear with me 1 second, ma'am. Please remember, we got a 3-minute clock on for a lot of you, so we'll hold to that reasonably closely. A couple of thoughts occurred to us as well, so that we don't get into too much repetition, unless that's what you want to do. It's your time. But if somebody stands up here and says exactly what you were going to say, and you're comfortable with that, and you don't want to get up here, raise your hand. We'll notice you, and we'll know there's support for that position, so you don't have to get up and do it yourself unless you want to. In terms of consolidating time, it's 3 minutes per person roughly. If somebody wants to cede their time to you, that's fine. They have to be here to do that, though. So we can't have somebody calling in and saying, I'd like to be there, but I can't. You can have my time. Unless you're here, you don't have time. Okay, are we clear on that? And then the criteria for approval are up there. So off we go, ma'am. If you could identify yourself, we'll go.
Sure. My name is Mary Louise Fiddler, and I am so glad I came today. I learned a lot of stuff. I learned about the master plan. As Mr. Doss had mentioned, the way he spoke about it, it was as though this was a master floating entity that exists and makes the rules and guidelines. But the people in this room were the ones who made these guidelines, and that includes Mr. Dossi, who graciously didn't want to take credit for it. In that, he said that the county would need more housing. How convenient for this to be part of the master plan that Mr. Dossi had helped create. Even if that is true, that there will need to be housing, obviously, we're not talking about Mr. Dossi simply buying or benefiting from the purchase of a building for his home or for his personal use. We are talking about a clear self-interest financial benefit, a development of an area. The financial motive is huge. That sounds like a very obvious conflict of interest. I have a 16-year-old son. He would easily recognize that that is a conflict of very great financial gain and financial interest. If there's a loophole that is personally benefiting a previous board member who later becomes a property developer that benefits from the rules that he made, something smells very fishy. All right, so what can be done about this loophole? Well, I guess, me by publicly bringing up the obvious. That's one way. All of you, by recognizing the obvious conflict and going forward as if nothing else but to making sure that it doesn't go forward, if nothing else but to ensure accountability and promote faith of the public in a governing body. Megan Harrington, potentially, as she pulls people outside attorneys in to justly and righteously ensure accountability. If you don't stop it here, next step, county commissioners holding things accountable. We'll see. And I guess all of you here in the room as well, all of you good people of El Paso County who are attempting to preserve your way of life, often to no avail, due to lots of reasons. They're glaringly financial, in my opinion, from what I've seen today. When this woman over here talks about precedent and it falls on deaf ears, I think it was Mr. Bailey who said there are guardrails. Her point was, well, if the guardrails are there, what good are they if a new precedent has been set? Again, it becomes a starting bid. That was an excellent argument. I loved it. No easy answer. Clearly, it will take someone of character, of ethics, and courage to put a stop to this outrageous greed grab loophole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So normally we don't comment on testimony we've gotten, and so I probably shouldn't. So I'll probably get whacked by somebody for doing this. But just so we're clear, I doubt there's anybody who comes before this body with an application to accomplish something that doesn't have an interest in it, whether it's financial, emotional, or whatever the case may be. You wouldn't be here if you weren't interested in it. As to the ethics of the people on this commission, I'm satisfied with them. If other people aren't, that you're entitled to your opinion. But we couldn't care less about accusations of being in somebody's pocket or conflict of interest. You may sit down, ma'am, we're done. So we're not going to listen to that, and I'm happy to listen to the next person.
Hello, and I'm also going to be seated time from Mr. Greg Kerr.
Good.
Hi,
Okay.
I'm Betsy Mathis, about a 15-year resident here in El Paso County, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my family and several concerned neighbors against these two rezoning requests. The applicant's team obviously took time to stand here with a high degree of confidence, pointing to vacant land and comparing our quiet little neighborhood to areas like Woodman Hills, Falcon, and even next to Lewis Palmer, which have very different density zones. But let's be entirely clear. For the area that was identified next to Lewis Palmer, that's a massive interstate corridor, and it's 5 miles away with multi-lane regional transit backed by heavy urban infrastructure. And with that, dropping an urban apartment complex into our quiet, semi-rural pocket on Highway 83 is completely false equivalent. With that, vacant land is not a blank check to ignore county planning, and it is an important opportunity for us to have reasonable and compatible growth. With that, the developer claims we urgently need this density to address a housing deficit, but El Paso County actually stabilized apartment occupancy rates, sitting right around 92% right now. As a matter of fact, within a 10-mile radius, there are several apartments offering up to 12 weeks free rent if you move in right now. There is zero local data justifying a massive density shock to our specific neighborhood when the county's existing apartment supply isn't even full. The physical reality of this specific region is that there is zero multifamily apartment complexes here. The current zoning of this parcel is RR5, requiring 5-acre lots, and our surrounding neighborhood consists of large single-family homes on 1 to 5-acre lots. Forcing an urban block of over 320 multifamily units right here completely shatters our community's character. In fact, under El Paso County master plans, this tract sits directly within the Black Forest Priority Development Area, and the master plan explicitly defines this as a large lot residential zone where high density and multifamily development is not supported. The request does not maintain our pattern of development, it explicitly violates it. Beyond clear zoning responsibilities and incompatibility, I have a grave, non-negotiable concern about our safety infrastructure. I have a special needs child that relies on the infrastructure. I do not look at public safety and infrastructure as a number or data, but rather, can my family have access to lifeline resources? Right now, our local emergency response services are stretched thin with an average response time of 9 minutes. That applies to El Paso County sheriffs as well, whose deputies handle massive overextended patrol sectors. When a medical emergency happens at my house, every second matters, period. We simply do not have localized emergency footprint to support this sudden influx of hundreds of households. Furthermore, look at the physical roadways. There is one traffic light serving an immediate area, and traffic team just shared it would add 1,900 new daily trips and vehicles to our roads. Our streets are already experiencing severe congestion, as highlighted earlier, and funneling nearly 2,000 more vehicles around would create a terrifying bottleneck if an ambulance does need to get to my home. Finally, we must address our natural resources and infrastructure. The developer states this project will rely on central water and sewer, but let's look at the broader context. According to the data from drought.gov, 100% of El Paso County currently sits within a certified drought. While I am fully aware that a definitive water sufficiency finding is not legally required at this planning and map amendment stage, committing millions of gallons to a central water annually of a high-density urban block in a semi-rural pocket while our regional water tables face unprecedented strain is structurally irresponsible. Pushing central utilities to their physical limits during a historic drought does not equal long-term infrastructure feasibility. I am not anti-growth, but I demand responsible growth. This project does not maintain our neighborhood's character. It violates the guidelines of the Black Forest Priority Development Area, and it completely lacks the infrastructure and the overstretched emergency resources required to justify a permanent rezoning. For the safety of my family, my neighbors, I strongly urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're good? Okay, thanks very much. Okay, who would like this? You all sort it out yourselves and come on up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name's Dave Mott. My wife here is Tina. We actually live in the vicinity of Monument Academy now that we've got that established. We live 0.6 miles from the school. I also want to thank the consultant for making all my points about the transportation. I think we've realized now how difficult it can be going forward in this area.
Mr. Mott, my apologies, sir. Did you sign in?
I did.
Oh, good.
Yes,
Thank
sir, I
you.
did.
Okay.
Yep. I want to share my points, though. And Betsy kind of hit on this real quick. One day at 3:20, I showed up to go home off of Walker onto Jane Lundeen. Guess what? There are a line of 75 cars trying to pick up. The line stretched out of the parking lot onto Pinehurst, onto Jane Lundeen through the roundabout, blocking that road completely. Later on, I called the principal and I told her about the problem and they were going to solve it. More importantly, emergency response vehicles, just like Betsy said, they could not get through there. Anybody know where the closest fire department is there? 105 and Roller Coaster. They would have to go through that area to get into our property. Let's see, what else? I don't think the traffic analysis really discussed the future development of Monument Academy. Ms. Casagrande, you said you have a child at Lewis Palmer, Friday night football game, lots of crowds. Monument Academy isn't a big program, but they could still have Friday night football games that could, in fact, sorry about that, that could, in fact, impact that traffic area on a non-school time. 750 seat capacity performing arts center, that could impact on a weeknight our ability to get into our development. But lucky for us, we've got Waze. Everybody familiar with the Waze app? Yeah, that's going to take you off of Hodgen onto Timber Meadow onto Pinehurst. And guess what? Nobody enforces a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. We've consulted with or we've advised the developer a number of times about safety walking on Pinehurst. There are no sidewalks. It's not walkable. So before we look at the issues at 105 and 83, we also have to worry about Pinehurst being the backup because everybody uses it and they speed and they're going to kill somebody. Finally, I want to make a point. We've got 28 seconds. The Walden has a POA, Property Owners Association. Our president in our last meeting stressed the tight-knit community that we are. And I want to thank him for making those comments, and I thank all of you for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
A little bit down.
Natalie,
Hi.
how are you?
Good. My name is Alicia Whitcomb. Thank you so much for being public servants. It's a really important job, and I appreciate you being here. El Paso County serves a lot of people, and one of the things they serve is 10th Special Forces Group. I mention that because my husband served at 10th Special Forces Group. He went to war, and war came home. We lived in a beautiful home in Briargate. I raised my kids. I put murals on the walls. I love my neighbors. We gave that up last year and our 3% interest rate, dear, to move out to what your staff has called an isolated pocket. And we did that for him. He's 100% disabled with chronic PTSD, and he lives on high alert. One of the things developer said is how the area feels. And I want to tell you about that because as public servants, you serve people. And how that area feels and this plan for compatibility is important. It feels like a place that healing can occur. We see deer roaming around. We have hummingbirds come right up to our porch. We have a fox den that I'm sure my dogs would love to find. What is the impact for those Colorado residents? Those Colorado residents help us heal, help my husband heal. It feels like open skies, free of light pollution, so he can use his telescope that helps him focus on something other than what that war brought home in his soul. It feels like a quiet walk in a neighborhood where we pass a guy who served in Ranger Regiment, and they give each other a nod almost every night, and we don't know his name, but we know that he must feel the same way we do about this special place on earth. This plan impacts the wildlife, the migration, displaces them. And I know that sounds a little hippie, but it's really important to the healing of a guy who served 24 years and his family that bore the brunt of what came home. The water is really important. As she said, we're in a drought. My neighbors, an elderly couple who have lived there forever, from what I understand, came home after a weekend away for celebrating their retirement to 2 feet of sewage in their basement. It's been weeks. They have people in hazmat suits coming out because the infrastructure of the sewer line clogged in front of their home, not in their home, but in front of their home. And they still are not able to enjoy their forever. That is about sustainability, and I don't think that adding more to the system is going to fix that. This fall, we just moved in last June. We had a gas line hit and a water line hit, so we had to leave our home and then didn't have water as they tried to repair this system. The school, he talked a lot about the school and walkability. We are not a Monument Academy family. We're a TCA family, which if you know, that's like a little rivalry. But what that means is that I understand public charter. And public charters are not neighborhood schools. Just because you live there doesn't mean you get to go there. They have a wait list, they have a process, and I see Monument Academy wants to expand the same way TCA does, which is really special, and it's an incredible place to learn. But that doesn't mean that just because you live there, you're going to get a slot. And I know based on, I have a senior at TCA this year, The higher up in grades you go, the harder it is to get in. The fire, it's hard. We found out that it's hard to get homeowners insurance. A lot of places won't insure us. One cigarette butt will take us out, and that's important. And I know I'm going over.
You're
I'm
good.
going
If
to
you-
wrap it up.
You can think about wrapping up. That'd
I
be
will.
great. Thank you.
I will. I'm almost done.
You're fine.
I work at TCA as well, and I can tell you, he mentioned walkability for staff. Schools don't pay a lot. It's a work of heart, just as a public servant does. You can't afford a brand new apartment anywhere in the north end of the Springs by yourself. So I just respectfully request, on the basis of the people you serve, the people that occupy the space for their healing and their isolated pocket, to just please vote no. Vote for people over profits. Vote for your constituents, please.
Thank you very much. Okay, here comes the guy with the gavel before.
Hi there. My name is Heather Tiffany, and I know that we have a very unique piece of land, so this is not about me, but many of us bought 5-acre lots or more right off of Highway 83 for a reason. It was for a way of life. We have a small farm right off of Highway 83. I'm sure I'll be back when you start to expand Highway 83. So I would just ask that while they say the land is vacant, it's not. There's wildlife. We see the elk. We see the antelope. Some of us have cows. Some of us have horses. The land is not vacant by definition of being vacant. So I guess my biggest concern is if you start making this change now, and yes, my view is going to be greatly affected by these new apartments, what will the next change be? So you allow commercial, and then the 5-acre lots become 2.5-acre lots right across on Highway 83 on the west side. But then 2.5 acres isn't good. And then we go to 1-acre lots. We're looking at a lot of homes in a place that people really have enjoyed the nature and the scenery. I guess I would also question, I know that it was brought up that these apartments would house families that would have children that would go to MA. And as was pointed out earlier, MA is a charter school. My children have attended, and Tavari currently attends the elementary school. But not everybody gets in. So how many people would actually be living in these apartments that would be attending MA? Traffic on 83. We always know when there's an accident on I-25, right? Because it all starts coming down Highway 83, which I know eventually will need to be expanded. And that's just part of living and development, and I totally understand that. I feel like there are a lot of what ifs in this plan. And as was mentioned earlier, you have to put your turn signal on a 1/4 mile before you turn into the horse farm, and that also includes our house. So our children have learned to watch very carefully because there's a passing lane directly in front of our driveway. And so have we been T-boned almost many times? Yes. And so my kids have had to learn to wait and watch and make sure that somebody's not behind them that's getting impatient. So I think that as you look at this, I do ask the impact that it has on so many people, not only the neighborhood of Walden, but those of us that are on Highway 83 and the extra traffic, and what it would bring that you would consider voting, or that not consider, that you would vote no on this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. My name is Craig Eno. I'm a rookie to Colorado. I've only been here about 8 months, but I've noticed some things. Remember my education background, over 50 years as a teacher and administrator. One of the sales pitches was a school. It's already been alluded to. It's a charter school, which you have to have an application. My experience in schools is that most people live in apartment buildings have little kids. There's no elementary schools in the neighborhood at all. The traffic issue, it's adequate. When you want to make a left turn on 83 off of Walker Road, if there's more than 3 cars in the left turn lane, you're also blocking the thoroughfare. because it's not adequate for people we have there right now. And I heard about, well, we'll improve 105 or 83. Who's going to pay for that? The developers? I don't think so. It'll come out of your tax dollars. So that's a concern. All these things, walkability. We have a trail behind our house. You can't walk to the store. You can't walk to a convenience store. You can't walk anywhere from that location except to the school, which was mentioned several times, how they could walk to high school. Somebody made a comment, they have a $17 million grant or whatever. I'm guessing most of that's going for the football field and tractor building right now, which is really nice, and the expansion of the building. But that's not going to help the academics, the teacher salaries, the classroom sizes, and the fact that any of those kids in the apartment building are actually admitted to that school as a junior, senior, freshman, whatever level. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about this, because I think it's a bad idea, because when I see the compatibility neighborhood, I come down that street, spending a lot of my life in the Dakotas. I see those wonderful horse herds over here. I see those longhorn cattle over here. I don't see a 300-unit apartment building over here as being part of that community. You know, put those back where they should be, somewhere in suburbia. Thank you, miigwech, as we say in Ojibwe.
Thank you very much.
You hear me? Okay.
Hear you fine. Yep.
Great. So I apologize. I lost one context, so it's going to be a little blurry for me to keep on this. My name's Paul Pusateri. I live in Walden Preserve. My wife, Tamara. And before we begin, I just want to recognize some of the questions that have been asked by some of the members. It really indicates to me that there's an understanding of the concerns of the people in this room. We appreciate that. So I want to speak to the master plan conformance. It's more technical, a little less emotional. And again, asking for your consideration. The master plan is one of the most important documents guiding land use decisions in El Paso County, as we know. The applicant correctly notes that multifamily residential uses can be appropriate in certain circumstances. We've heard that. However, the board, we're asking you to consider not only whether a use is listed, but whether the proposal is compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with overall intent of the plan. And you've heard a lot of interpretations of how we see that, okay, today. The master plan does not simply ask whether multifamily housing is listed as a possible use. It asks whether the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding area and supports the overall character envisioned by the plan. So I know we're not answering questions, but I would like you to understand the questions that we would ask and we would look to get answers to. Is the proposal density compatible with the surrounding neighborhood? Does the proposal function as a supporting use, or does it become the dominant land use in the immediate area? Has the applicant demonstrated compatibility with existing development patterns? The question is not whether multifamily housing can exist somewhere in the suburban residential place type. The question is whether this specific density is compatible with this specific location. The master plan's areas of change map identifies portions of this area as minimal change. The intent of this designation is generally to preserve established community character and avoid significant disruption to existing development patterns. Again, questions we would like to have considered. Does a substantial increase in residential density reflect the latest intent of a minimal change area? How does the proposal submitted preserve neighborhood character? The county's own planning framework recognizes this area as largely established. Residents are asking in the board to honor that designation. The surrounding area is, I'll be almost done. The surrounding area is characterized primarily by lower density residential development. The existing patterns not matters because compatibility is central consideration in every rezoning decision. The question is not whether multifamily housing is allowed somewhere within the place type. The question is whether this level of density is appropriate at this specific location. Residents believe the scale and intensity of the proposed reasoning are inconsistent with the established character of the surrounding community. And for this reason, we ask the board to carefully evaluate whether the applications truly satisfy the master plan's compatibility objectives before making or finding a position of compromise. So we appreciate the consideration. Again, thank you all for listening to all of this all day. I don't know how you do it, better you than me, but we hope that we have been able to communicate our position well to you for consideration.
Thank you very much.
Sorry for the...
I know I saw more hands than that earlier. Okay.
Hello, my name's Harold Haver. My wife, Jeanette, will be ceding her 3 minutes as well. Chairman Whitney, thank you. I want to thank the board members for the clear-eyed questions. You guys are spot on finding how we feel. I've got a prepared document I gave to the clerk. If she passed them, I don't know. But some of it I can skip now because everybody else has been doing such a great job. Again, my name's Harold Haver. My friends all call me HH. My wife, Jeanette, and I have been residents of El Paso County for 54 years. The Black Forest for 17 years and Walden for just short of 12 years. We're victims of the Black Forest fire. So we found our little piece of heaven right there in Walden. Best neighbors ever. For the record, I am not anti-growth. As a matter of fact, several years ago, Matt and Bill Dunstan had filed to rezone the southwest portion of Walden from 2.5 acres to 1.0 acres. I was one of only 2 residents who filed in favor and spoke to the Board of County Commissioners in favor of the rezoning. This was much to the chagrin of many of my neighbors. Scores of neighbors were in opposition, but I've always been very principled and willing to buck the trend. I consider Matt and Bill Dunstan to be good friends. I hope my opposition doesn't put this friendship at risk. I hope we can agree to disagree. In regarding the nature, however, there we go, I'm sorry, I lost my track. However, given the extreme nature of P261 and 262 rezoning requests, I just cannot in any way support their wishes. That said, in a single word, I think this rezoning is an abomination. I do not agree with the high-density residential in what currently is zoned and occupied as clearly rural. Example, immediately to the north of the proposed RM30 site is a property of 20.78 acres. To the northwest is 30 acres. To the west, 39.85 acres. To the southwest, 40.2 acres, and south of the proposed RM12 rezoning is 19.9 acres, which happens to be owned by Matt and Bill. All these lots are zoned RR5. To the east is Monument Academy, and that's 19.9 acres and zoned political. So I don't know how on God's green earth there is any property density transition given those acreages. And I took the average of all those acreages. I call them adjacent properties, although in most cases they're across the highway. The average of all those lots I just mentioned is 24.58 acres. Going from typically one resident, and as Mr. Dossi mentioned, they're largely unoccupied. Those are people with homes, as Heather mentioned earlier. So going from a one resident per 24.5 acres average to RM12 is a 29,400% increase. I use percent because I get to put 2 extra zeros in there. And going to the RM30, it's a 29,400% increase in density. Again, assuming those larger lots have 1 resident. Okay. No, do the math. These percentages are accurate. How's my time? Oh, I better hurry it up. Per the documents, the applicant is quasi justifying transition based on future proposed rezonings. For example, Track B, which is 19.9 acres just south of the RM12, is projected to be 0.5 acres, but that's a projection. That's not the reality. It's RR5. And likewise, they mentioned the glamping site, and I spoke to the owners, and that's 5.95 acres. I spoke to the young lady, and that development of glamping is, quote, many years out, and it's not going to be 24 units. It's going to start with 1 unit. So again, I see a lack of transition. So given these density facts, these 2 rezoning requests should be recommended for disapproval to Board of County Commissioners based on the El Paso Master Plan. I haven't even broached the CDOT traffic study. It's very damning if you actually look at that carefully. It speaks to level of service failures and significant needed road improvements to include additional lanes plus major state highway improvements. And as I understand it, the project cannot proceed without CDOT approval. So why rezone? If you rezone or gets approved by the Board of County Commissioners, that's a one and done. Turning that backwards is very difficult, if at all possible. So I'm not quite done, but I'll wrap it up and say, again, thank you for your service. Thank you for paying attention to the concerns and for the excellent questions.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Tijerina. I live on Pinehurst. Aside from the high-density housing being out of place, this application relies on future infrastructure improvements. Those improvements may ultimately occur, but the board should carefully distinguish between planned improvements and guaranteed improvements. Major roadway changes involving state facilities typically require extra review, approvals, and coordination, which can make timeliness, funding, and implementation uncertain. The issue before the board is not whether improvements are desirable. The issue is whether they are sufficiently defined to support the density being requested today. Residents deserve confidence that the critical transportation improvements will occur before development creates additional burdens on the surrounding community. If key improvements remain conceptual, then approval should be delayed until the infrastructure commitments are better defined. That approach protects both current residents and future homeowners and ensures that growth occurs in a responsible and orderly manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. What do you say, ladies and gentlemen? Is that it? Oh, here we go.
Hi, my name is Dr. Elisa Versonis. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes,
Is that better?
you're fine.
I've submitted written comments online, but I'd like to speak to you directly about potential dangers of this proposal. Previously, before coming here, I directed an adolescent trauma recovery program at the University of Maryland. I also led an NIH-funded study on teenagers who sustained head injury in motor vehicle accidents. Research clearly shows that car accidents are the leading cause of death and serious injury in the adolescent age group. Not disease, not violence, but car accidents. Teen drivers are inexperienced, easily distracted, and often overconfident. They are the most vulnerable people on the road and place the rest of us at risk. I've sat with families in trauma units. I have followed their recovery, which is not guaranteed. I know what this looks like. So this is why when I looked at the traffic study report that was done for this project, it was alarming to me. The intersection of 83 and Walker Road, which Monument Academy students navigate every morning and every afternoon, already operates at a level of service F at peak hours. That is the worst rating, and it means that the intersection is already over capacity right now. That is before the projected growth of Monument Academy and before the addition of up to 300 units that we have talked about today. This board is being asked to approve nearly 2,000 vehicle trips per day onto failing intersections, which places drivers and pedestrians at significant risk. Visibility, as we were shown earlier, is not a guarantee of safety. The developers' proposed solutions are unrealistic. The suggestion that new residents do what they call an indirect left turn doesn't reduce the congestion, it just redirects it. The study also recommends that the academy stagger its school schedule while acknowledging that the developers cannot control this or dictate this. And indeed, the school has not approved this. This is not mitigation. It is an admission that there is a problem in the current and the future demands on these roads. The real fixes, as we've heard, a new westbound lane on Walker Road or a full intersection rebuild, have no funding, no design, and no timeline. 3 access deviations are unresolved. And because 83 is owned by Colorado DOT, every fix requires a state permit process that has not even been initiated. Obtaining a complete plan with secured funding prior to approving a project is absolutely critical. A cumulative traffic analysis covering both tracks, as well as the projected growth of the school with a large gymnasium and performing arts center, is essential when considering the demands on roads that are already failing. The potential risk being placed on teenagers, as well as the rest of us, is completely unacceptable. State statute requires that this board answer to the infrastructure needs before granting approval, not after. And so I ask you to consider the safety of all of us and greatly appreciate your critical review of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Good afternoon. I think I can keep this under 3, but Jackie's gifting me her time, or Julie, just in case.
Okay, very good.
And I have a bunch of notes here. My name is Marty Zare-Breedlove. I am a resident of Walden. First of all, thank you for your service. Thank you for sitting here today and listening to all of our comments. I was going to read this, but I'm going to pivot just a bit. As I've been listening to everybody talk today, and thank you for your very thoughtful questions, it got me thinking about our word. And our word is all we have. And when we made a decision to move here, to retire, to spend the rest of our lives, we made that decision based on the master plan and the land development. We went above and beyond. I called the Planning Commission. I called the City of Monument. We had conversations to make sure we were doing our due diligence to live in an area that had a plan that fit with our lifestyle. After the conversations today, and seeing what the rezoning request is for, that's very disappointing to think that we might go against our word that's in our plan. And that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of residents. We're not anti-development. We came from an area that was 18,000 people. We left when it was 300,000. This is nothing new to us, but that's why we made this decision and did research. And this rezoning goes against everything that we have in our plan, which is our word. So a couple of things that I just wanted to point out that people have not spoken to yet today is the master plan we did talk about says that the large lot residential place type should be expanded in this area. and that development should match the existing character of the community. So again, that goes back to our word and what we looked at. The master plan does not say to increase density in this area. It does not say to encourage RM30 zoning, and it does not say to create high density housing. What we do talk about is that we need to preserve the character of rural areas around El Paso County. This is one of those areas. This proposal would fundamentally alter the character of that area, and we've talked about several things, but as I looked at your criteria has the master plan and it has the land development as criteria that we need to look at. So for those reasons, I'm not up here just representing my husband and I and the choice we made. I'm up here representing everybody who's in this room and everybody in our neighborhood who is probably at least another 50 people that couldn't be here. So thank you again, and thank you to Justin and Carrie for their assistance in getting us here and trying to keep us informed as we went along the way. We appreciate your service.
Thank you, ma'am.
Kept raising my hand, but I realized I need to stand
I
up.
was looking in the wrong direction, apparently.
I'm Harold Larson. I'm on the NEPCO board, and NEPCO is a nonprofit serving HOAs in northern El Paso County, close to 10,000 households. And most recently, we've started interacting with Black Forest on community efforts. One of those would be wells, okay? Right now, the state monitors 68 wells in northern El Paso County. Out of how many? Unbelievable number. They need to be monitoring more. And we're going out for training on the equipment that Black Forest uses to test waters, because I think we can influence that for all of us on just knowing what's going on with our waters. So I am close to this neighborhood. But all I have to say is that I live at the intersection of I-25 and County Line. And I know what land development is all about and the issues that have impacted our neighborhood and will impact our neighborhood as we go forward. Right now, Colorado Springs is moving east. Okay, tremendous pressure on the eastern side of our borders on our county. When I saw this development and looked at the plan design, and I looked at the 83 corridor, this development is the tipping point. If it is approved, it sets the stage for the next 10. We already heard that there's land, a lot of land to be developed along 83. And all I see from a legal standpoint for the county's position is to say, if you gave it to them, you got to give it to this other group. There's some legal expectation that the courts will look at and say, a precedent has been set. So as I look at this and I see an operating school, a 60-mile-an-hour highway, and I see a community of 2.5+ acre lots, that's why the master plan said this should be 2.5 acres plus. Those are the reasons that got behind the master plan. So when I look at this seems so unusual to me to be out of sorts with the surrounding community. On the board of NEPCO, I've taken on the responsibility for land use. Not without thought, because I will be in front of you more often than not, okay? But more so, what I'm looking to be a conduit of is conversation. There's a lot of conversations that are not happening before it gets to this board. These are crucial conversations where people's emotions need to be put on the table, okay? And you need to compromise. There's no common ground here. And there rarely is when it comes to when land is being sectioned off in many ways. Oh, I'm done. I thank you for your time, and I will be back on other venues.
Thank you very much.
Laurel Scapp. And thank you, as everyone has been thanking you for the thoughtful and substantive questions you've asked of the applicant today. And I oppose rezoning the applications P261 and P262. And I live in Woodmore, but I am so supportive of this community that I love and all of the Tri-Lakes. And this, just as was just said, this push to set precedent for something that is totally unnecessary. So earlier you recommended approval of a rezone that halved lot sizes within an established 5-acre subdivision. This request goes much further. It can convert, as everyone has been reminding you, 15.35 acres from RR5, a rural classifications that has governed this land since 1955, to 12 and RM30, multifamily zoning. This is such a dramatic jump to urban density residential in a location where there is no urban development pattern. Look at what surrounds this property. To the north and west, single-family residence. To the south, vacant grazing, well, we now know, not vacant. It's filled with life, grazing lands. And there is no existing urban residential or urban commercial development anywhere in this part of the county. The master plan encourages infill development. Here, there's nothing to infill. And a school, as everyone has been reminding you, is not an urban growth boundary. Rural communities have schools. RR5 communities have schools. The existence of the Charter Academy does not transform this area into an urban residential district, nor should it be used to justify urban density zoning that is otherwise incompatible with the surrounding land uses. And your own staff report acknowledges the mismatch. It states that the proposed densities are significantly higher than surrounding development and that multifamily housing is not supported in the large lot residential character area that surrounds the site on 3 sides. That admission is in the documents before you. The approval criteria requires findings of master plan conformance, land use compatibility, and site sustainability for the requested intensity. Having read the staff report, I cannot see how these findings can be made on this record. If the staff report itself concludes that multifamily is not supported here, the compatibility finding cannot rest on that same report. Zoning is not simply a rule about what gets built. It is a promise about how a place changes over time. People bought homes, invested their savings, and built their lives on the reasonable expectation that 70 years of RR5 zoning meant something. RR5 to RR30 is not an adjustment to that promise, it is a reversal of it. The facts underlying this request are also far from settled. The traffic study, the 1,900 daily trips, no concept plan, all of these things. This is the pattern I would ask you to break. Zoning is the stage at which compatibility is supposed to be demonstrated. Instead, this request asks you to approve urban densities first and sort out the consequences later. Once the zoning is granted, the pressure shifts from proving the project belongs here to finding ways to accommodate it. That is not how process is supposed to work. So I urge you, along with everyone else in this room, to recommend denial of both of these zoning changes and to send a clear message that compatibility must be demonstrated before a project reaches this stage, not after the momentum has already been created. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the committee. I do also appreciate all your scrutiny of the objections to this development. I'm from Arizona originally.
Could you state your name, please, sir?
Pardon?
Could you state your name, please?
I'm sorry. My name is Steve Strang, and I currently live in Walton Reserve.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
As I said, I'm initially from Arizona, and back there, water is the biggest issue that's impacting our area there. And currently, 4 states are vying for water rights to the Colorado River. So drought is also an issue here, a big one. And from hearing talking about the traffic, 1,900 cars, that means if I just took half of that 800 cars, and assuming 2 cars per family, that's 400 new residences in this immediate area. Now, is our well going to handle that? Do we put that treated wastewater back into the aquifer like we do in Arizona? It sounds like from the discussion I heard that water is just sent down Cherry Creek. So we're not replenishing the aquifer. We're adding all this additional capacity to supply the residents here. I just want to make sure that you understand that we are in a drought situation here. It's a drought that's going to be ongoing because of climate change and other factors, and I hope that you take that into consideration.
Thanks, Mr. Strand. Appreciate it. And while you're coming up, sir, so just to remind everybody, as important as it is, and as much on everybody's mind as it is, water is not part of a rezoning application. Whether it should or shouldn't be, it's up to everybody in this room someday to maybe rewrite the code. But it is not a seminal consideration of a rezoning application.
Good afternoon. I'll lend my voice to everyone else's in thanks for all that you're doing. This is tough stuff. My name is David Parks, and I'm from Palmer Lake. And as you can probably imagine, I've been in the middle of a fight similar to this for 1.5 years. I just want to start by thanking the chairman, or today's chairman, for his sense of humor. As the head goes, so goes the fish. And this meeting today is partly about leadership, about community representation leadership. I have friends here, and I have made friends across the country who've been fighting Buc-ee's in different situations. Some of them are on the edge of a nervous breakdown. I'm serious, on the edge of a nervous breakdown. People don't want to lose what they treasure. Our friend over here who lives in a sacred space for her vet husband, all these people, they're human beings. And I've only been living here about 10 years. I've lived in LA for decades. I've lived in Park City when it exploded. Development's happening everywhere. Growth is happening. But it can be conscious. It can include the people and the land that you folks are basically in place to protect. So thank you for your work. It's just a human issue. And I think when we get caught up in the technical stuff, we forget about what people's investment is in a place, how to properly nurture that investment, go into the future. Growth is inevitable. Rampant growth is not inevitable. It's unconscionable. So I encourage you to deny this proposition because, as my friend from NIPCO said, this is not just this choice. This is future choices too. This is a big moment today. Please do the right thing.
Thank you very much.
Hello again, this is Amy
Hello
Phillips.
again. You don't need to sign it again, or maybe you do.
I think I actually signed twice.
All right.
And I'm speaking on behalf of many homeowners in the Black Forest area and the eastern extremes of Tri-Lakes. I think some of them may be here. Almost everybody has spoken, but there's a few. If you can raise your hands. Anybody left? Okay. Who don't want to speak but are supportive here. I want to focus on the fact that a couple of things here. Sorry, let me get my stuff straight. I want to point out a few things that haven't been pointed out yet. One is in the master plan on page 24, when it is talking about the suburban place type and the minimal change for large lot. It says a large amount of vacant land in a suburban division adjacent to more urban neighborhood may be developed and changed to match the urban character. The inverse is also possible, where an undeveloped portion of a denser neighborhood could redevelop to a less intense suburban scale. So it's arguable that this property could be that inverse case. where it shouldn't be made more dense. It should be made less dense. So that's one point. But the other thing is, this isn't a transition area. And while the immediately adjacent properties have not necessarily been developed other than the high school and then the farther afoot subdivisions, it is pretty much surrounded by large lot residential. It's included in the large lot residential map on page 54 as being so it's not a transition area. Instead, if you approved this, you would be advocating for leapfrogging urban developments or suburban. I mean, that looks urban to us because of how we live. But the leapfrogging is not something that's advocated by the master plan, and yet you would have this little urban enclave where everything around it, except the immediately adjacent parcels, are already developed as large lot residential. And lastly, I would just say, in order not to repeat what's been said, the Black Forest Land Use Committee and NEPCO both work with developers. This apartment complex is not situated, it's not that apartments are bad, but it doesn't belong in this spot, as was previously said. But there are some things that could be in this spot. I mean, nobody, who in their right mind wants to pay for a 5-acre lot or a 2.5-acre lot here? Nobody. But possibly something like low-intensity commercial. And when I say that, I don't mean a restaurant. I mean something like a tree farm, which could be very advantageous to everybody in the area. It would do a number of things. It could replenish the soil in the area on those lots in particular. It would be a commercial investment, and it could help Black Forest reforest where we lost large areas of trees. So we are willing to work with the developer, and we invite him to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Sir, come on up. Got the hard.
I'm not on the list anymore.
You got the hard stuff out of the way first. Oh, if you're not on the list out there, you got to sign here.
Okay. Is it a blank check or what?
Yeah, well, that'd be all right too. But
You know, this is a bittersweet thing for me. Because of what I do for a living, is I travel basically from border to border, coast to coast, building high-end
Sir.
hospitality.
Can you please speak into the mic?
Building high-end
you.
hospitality property in communities. So that's why I got a little emotional about it, because this is now my backyard. Geez, my wife, see what you started? But anyway, the thing about it is that when I go to places, Vail, Aspen, Ritz-Carltons and St. Regis, Viceroy hotels and stuff like that is what I have built, again, throughout my career. I was 35 years with one company, 45 years total in the commercial business. When I moved on to Black Forest, where we live, and right there in where this property is proposed at, I moved there to get away from everything that I was doing. So it's kind of a bittersweet thing, like I'm saying, is that I love what I do. I love the development. Matt and I call him on a regular basis, talking to him about he shouldn't do this. And after a while, he looks at his phone and says, "Oh, it's Randall again." He probably stopped taking it here about 2-3 days ago. But my point in all of this is I moved in, again, the Colorado Springs area, and after a while, this became my flyover area. So I'd hit the airport, DIA, Chicago, East Coast, West Coast, everything in between, because I also did this in other states, is taken in high-end hospitality and other type of property development to build that and watch the complexion of a community change, over a 3 or 4 year period. Snowmass, Aspen, the people that live up there, they are not the same people. Now, we're not doing that here, but it still has the same type of impact when you have that condensed population. People change. The community changes. The road and traffic and everything else is all part of it. The traffic study always comes late. later in what I do. And when I do a $300, $400 million job, I'm very involved 100% of the time, trying to get the little nuances that I learned throughout the years that impact the community long after the build is done. And this impact is not going to be just the build and then what everybody's been talking about. It's going to be done and everybody's going to move on their way. It's all the years of impact after that. More traffic is just, it never ends. More people, more people want to move to the area, little nuances that get people, coming to this area to begin with. First property I bought was out east of Powers Road, 35, 40 years ago. And at that time, the aquifers were running out of water, right? We can't drill anymore because there's the Arapahoe and the other aquifer down there was, starting to dry up. So even though this is a little bit smaller in scale, the overall impact is there. So again, for me, it's like I said, it's a little personal because I had to live through it, even out in New Jersey and into, LA. The community still changes when a property of small magnitude or large magnitude, it still has an impact.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Jess Neal. I'm a 35-year resident of Walden. And I want to thank you guys for listening to us. I also want to thank the Dunstons for giving me the finger when I told them to take their conversation outside because he was interrupting me hearing what was going on here. Everything here, everything that they proposed is based strictly on conjecture. Nobody knows what's going to happen with all those lands out there, all those big properties. They could stay exactly like they are for hundreds of years. So bringing something in like this is only going to kill my property values. It's strictly for $1. For me, I'm losing $1. For them, they're just putting $1 in their pocket. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Going once, huh? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laurel Ann, and I thank you for listening to me for a moment. It's my day off, and there's no place I'd rather be than here with you guys today. I was thinking about taking a blanket and going out by one of our lovely ponds or creeks and enjoying that. Then I was thinking maybe what I really need to do today is go to one of our new high-density buildings where we have subsidized housing, and maybe there's an empty parking spot where I could throw my blanket down and listen to the birds chirp and the kids scream at each other. I moved to Colorado Springs about 12 years ago, and I moved here because of the makeup and the identity of what Colorado Springs was. And this is not the community I moved to. Even in 12 short years, I've seen an incredible change in the identity of Colorado. And I'm here today to plead with you, not only to say no today to this development and their rezoning, but also to implore our county commissioners to deny this kind of rezoning as well in the future. When I moved here, the big keywords were luxury apartments and places where we could sprawl out and span out. We've talked a lot about water rights today and water issues in Colorado Springs. I mean, the facts of the matter are there is limited water in Colorado. So we're going to have to develop. I am all for development, but develop responsibly, not just for us in this generation, but for the generations and the posterity to come, which means that as we develop, we're going to have to think about not compacting everybody right on top of each other, because the facts of the matter are there is a wall. You cannot bust through this wall, no matter how much you're able to come up with great new ideas. There is a limited amount of water in Colorado, and it just does not make sense to continue to build closer and closer and closer, higher and higher and higher densities in Colorado Springs and El Paso County. So it would not be good for the future of Colorado to continue to approve higher density development. I also want to say one of the things I've not heard today is the double-sided coin. We talk about property rights, which is very important. That's part of what makes America America, and a part of what makes the West so great is that the individuality, when you own a property, you can decide and determine what you're going to do with that property. The flip side of that coin is how does it affect your neighbors and the community at large? And I'm so grateful for the majority of you that already pointed out how this is going to be a negative impact on the community. So again, my major thing is not only please continue with your no vote on this rezoning today, but do it in the future as well. Think about the posterity and the identity of El Paso County and Colorado Springs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Chairman. My name is Louis Lally. I'm a homeowner in Walden. I have served in the Colorado Army National Guard as an officer for the past 13 years. 13 years ago, my family and I, we moved here. We moved to Colorado Springs, where the Powers Woodman Corridor is. We bought a home there, and I was there when the first apartment actually was established or built. And from that time, where Woodman and Black Forest Road intersect, that neighborhood, the culture, the community changed drastically for the worse. Unfortunately, during that time, which is why my wife and I recently purchased a home in Walden, the surrounding areas saw an increase in homeless trafficking, as well as the traffic itself. The commute times increased drastically, and crime also increased, including home theft, which is one of the reasons why we left. So when I look at this proposal, this application, my hope is that the property or the land can be utilized. I understand, as property owners, you want to utilize the land, develop the land, but hopefully it can be utilized in a way that fits the character of the overall master plan development. So it's not necessarily that we're against anyone in particular, and this is not necessarily a personal matter. It's more so talking about our homes as financial investments, also in terms of future family and generations to come. I can specifically state that I have 4 children, and some of my children currently attend Monument Academy East. And if this is approved, my children will not be walking to Monument Academy. The walkability is not going to be trending in the right direction. So that, I don't see how that honestly can be supported in any way, shape, or form, especially after hearing all the points that have been made. Wildlife obviously will decrease. And then I want to touch on our amenities as well. I'm an avid runner, kind of comes with the occupation of being in the Army as an officer, and I run the trails every single morning. And there really is no way to prevent usage of our current amenities in the community. So it's more than likely that if a high-density apartment complex is approved and built, there's going to be some spillage as well in terms of our amenities in the community being utilized by those that actually don't own a home in the community. And I just ask that you would vote no for this application. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Folks, just a quick reminder, let's stick to the criteria, please. We'll give you as much leeway as we can because we've got a lot on your mind and in your heart, but stick to the criteria, please.
I keep raising my hand because I agree,
Yes,
but there are a
ma'am.
couple of points.
I've seen you.
Thank you. I like to be seen, and I want to thank you guys for the thoughtful questions that you've had. These are the things that we would expect to be a part of this process. A couple of things that I want to speak to is the nature of as the applicant said, the statutory nature of the master plan. I've been a part of El Paso County for 43 years. I've seen a lot of growth before Union even went through past Woodman. It's been an incredible amount of growth, but there's been some smart growth as we've gone. Lately, the growth that we are seeing is very atypical to conserving and enhancing the environments in which we live. I am concerned that the master plan has zoning that takes into consideration these large lots, but there must be somewhere in the master plan room for RM30. There must be planning for the development request that is before you. Let them go build there. Let them go build where it already is. I'm sure it's very cost prohibitive, but that is not our problem. If they want to build these things, there's got to be somewhere in the master plan that accounts for that kind of growth, as they've tried to morph what is our R5 into a reasonable RM30. The argument can't be made. There's places in El Paso County that can accommodate that kind of growth. We don't need it where we are more established as large lot infrastructure. The second thing that I wanted to say is that creating an island, as you've all pointed out, creating this island is only going to be the precursor to having amenities come to serve that island. And that is the fear. Powers was 2 lanes when I moved here. There was nothing on the east side of Powers. You can see it now. I fear that 83 might become that next thing. I fear that I-25 is becoming that thing. And we have the control at this level to make sure that doesn't happen. And I ask you to be very careful in your consideration for the resources that we have, but for the lifestyle that we have. And let's be that community that grew smartly and didn't grow out of greed. Thank you.
Thank you, Em. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think? We all good? Mr. Darcy, would you like to come up and rebut? Yeah, you.
I had to check, make sure, when I said good afternoon, it was accurate. Good afternoon, again, Planning Commission, Craig Dossie with Vertex Consulting. Genuinely want to thank people from showing up and testifying. As you all know, I'm a big proponent of public engagement, making sure that the neighborhood gets the opportunity to speak their piece. There was a lot of talk, frankly, kind of anti-development talk. I will remind you that everybody sitting behind me was part of a development at some point. I hope we don't lose sight of that. Those that moved here and said, I don't want anything else ever zoned to allow for development again, that's how their house got here. And that's not being crass or rude. That's just the reality of a growing community, that people will show up. The people behind me did show up at some point, or their forefathers did, as did I, as did you all. And you have to have a place to house that growth. A famous saying is, if you're not growing, then you're dying. I don't know that I completely agree with that. At maybe the highest level, yes, but it does not mean densification, densification, densification. What it does mean is there are appropriate locations for densification. As I said before, I still believe that this is one of those places. You heard comments about, why can't this just go somewhere else? There's lots of places where this can go. That's just factually inaccurate. Sure, you could build a building anywhere you want. You may be able to build a road anywhere you want, but the ability to serve that with water and sewer is just not anywhere in the county. There are very, very few areas in the county where you can do a development like this. And I want to remind you that RM30 means 30 units maximum per acre. It'll never get to that, as we've talked about, one of the questions previously about terracing, even the RM12, it'll never get to that. We have to work with the zoning districts that the county has. You can't say a RM8 or a RM22. You have to work within what they have. I can stand up here right now and say, I can assure you it won't be that. There's just no way to get there. There was a lot of discussion about the priority development area and that replaced the Black Forest Preservation Plan. That's just factually inaccurate. The county's master plan has a series of things that you're supposed to look at. It's not a one-for-one. It's a completely different scheme that was developed for analyzing development. I would submit to you that place type analysis is the most important because it talks about neighborhoods, it talks about compatibility. The priority development areas say this is where development's likely to go. Well, there's a reason, right? Because it's either in the path of growth that's already occurred or is continuing to occur, or it's where those services can be provided. This is one of those areas, right? So services can be provided to this property. And as a reminder, the place type for this says that multifamily and attached single family are allowed. They should be allowed in this place type. There is an inherent conflict, which we identified in preparing everything for this application, between the priority development area, which says large lot, and the place type designation, which says suburban residential. And whether it's a mapping error or just an oversight, I can take ownership of that, sure, at the time when we were doing it, but there's an inherent conflict. It can't be both, right? It's one or the other. With that said, this area has developed not as large lot residential, but as suburban residential. Because you have Walden Preserve. Those are suburban residential densities. All of the suburban place type, suburban residential place type. Those aren't large lot residential densities. It's not 5 acres, it's not 2.5. All of the large lot residential designation. So we can confuse these as much as possible to make an argument, but the reality is the neighborhood is suburban residential, right? Everything that's been developed up to this point is suburban residential. That's a suggestion for what the character is becoming of the area, right? Walden Preserve is the most recent version of that. Those are all minimum 1 acre. Those are further in. Those were adjacent to the existing Walden, which actually is half acre minimum. So you have suburban residential densities. Those fit within the suburban residential place type, which also suggests that multifamily is appropriate, as is attached single family. There was some mention about drought. As you all know, I'm very involved in water issues when I was with the county. It's a very sensitive thing. I will never make light of a water issue. As you all know, that's actually probably the biggest part of my background from an education standpoint. Having said that, surface level drought conditions are not directly applicable to aquifer storage, right? There is some degree of recharge, mostly in the higher level aquifers, those alluvial aquifers, and then the Dawson. There's very little interaction between the surface and the Denver, and the surface, especially in the Arapahoe or Laramie Fox Hills. The water provider here, which is the Walden Corporation, has water rights into all the aquifers, right? So what the water that they would be providing to this does not interact with those drought conditions that you see on the surface, is what I'm getting at. It doesn't mean we don't have a drought. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying those are treated very differently, particularly at the state level. There's so many gyrations that go into that it'd make your head spin, but they're very different. So that argument isn't directly applicable here. There was some discussion about approving something before the improvements are in place. That's how development occurs. I know, Mr. Byers, you're very familiar with this. You don't go improve a road before you have your zoning and your subdivision approved. You'd be crazy to do that. It's very expensive. So the way it works for the benefit of those that are in attendance is you get your zoning and then you go through the subdivision process. And during the subdivision process, or site development plan in the case of commercial, the county will evaluate the traffic, specific traffic, not worst case scenario, but the actual traffic based upon the densities. And it will be based upon that they will tell you, you will be doing these improvements. Those are tied to the developers, not tied to the county. The developer is responsible for those improvements. In this case, it's likely to be a turn lane on westbound Walker Road going to Highway 83. Everything else within the Highway 83 corridor is under the control of CDOT. There's nothing the developer can do there. There's nothing the county can do there. Those are all planned for and financed or funded by the state of Colorado. If we could make those improvements, and sometimes CDOT does require developers to make improvements, we would do those as well if that were something that came up. Ms. Parsons showed a map of the prior Black Forest land preservation plan. I trust that is not being used here because that is not a relevant document to this discussion whatsoever. That plan was expired when the new master plan was approved. Having said that, what I will remind you of is what Carrie showed you, which is this exact intersection was designated for commercial. Right? So it's not like this idea of additional traffic is a foreign idea. The Black Forest Preservation Plan anticipated this as commercial. The school site was dedicated, I can't remember how long, Matt will tell you. But this has been known as a high intensity intersection for a long time, both as part of the Black Forest Preservation Plan and then now with this proposal. And you've seen that transition with the development of Monument Academy. Mr. Haggart, who was a Black Forest fire victim, very sympathetic to that. He stated that the glamping, he reached out to the glamping operation just immediately, or two properties away to the south. He's only going to be one unit. That's factually inaccurate. We were actually the firm that represented them. It's 24 units and it was approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Again, densification in this area, not single family detached land use, right? These are other land uses that are starting to show up at this intersection. Mr. Larson, who I've interacted with him many times over the years, great resource for the northern part of the county. I think a great advocate working with developers and representing the neighborhoods in the northern part of the county. Keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate that you have that role. However, he said, if you approve this, this is a tipping point. It's an impossibility, frankly, because of the same reason that I said before, which is water and sewer. There's only so much water. And with all the wells that are into, specifically the Dawson, which again is the shallowest, you're never going to see this kind of density just rampantly develop in this area. It's not going to happen. The cost to build a wastewater treatment plant, to maintain that wastewater treatment plant, and to continue to meet Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment's regulations is cost prohibitive. Even if you can get the water, it's never going to happen. This is the unique scenario. I didn't hear anyone in the attendance point to an area in the county and say that's where multifamily should go. New multifamily. Although the county's master plan says there should be new multifamily. So where should it go? You know, I don't like the line, if not here, then where, but it kind of rings true in the case of this specific property. Heard Mr. Parks talk about Buc-ee's. Certainly that's not a topic for today. Won't get into that. Gentleman, but first name Jesse, I apologize, I didn't get a lot of the last names. There's some tough ones to hear. Stated that this will kill his property values. I've been affiliated with El Paso County or doing work in El Paso County for, I don't know, 22 years. I've heard that argument in every single hearing. Specifically, I heard that argument when it came to Walden Preserve, which is where I suspect a lot of the folks in attendance today live. I don't think that development killed a single property value, and they continue to go up. I think those are the specific comments that I wanted to address. I'm happy to take any other questions. I do want to allow an opportunity for Mr. Dunstan to get up and speak. Just a little bit of background, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. It's up to you.
We had an opportunity for people who were in favor of the project to speak before, and nobody stepped forward. So
And if not, that's totally fine. I mean, we're after 2 anyway. I was supposed to pick my kid up from Target, who's got his first job ever. Unfortunately, Nina did, but that's totally fine. We can work it into the presentation with the board.
Well, Mr. Bailey reminds me that Mr. Dunstan is the applicant, albeit you being his representative. Why did you not bring him up before rebuttal?
I think he decided he would like to say a few words. It wasn't part of the plan, but, and certainly if you don't want to entertain that, that's up to you as the chair. I respect that.
I'll entertain it.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission members. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak. A lot of times the BOCC in rebuttal as the applicant, we sometimes give comments and stuff like that. But yeah, so my apologies for keeping you guys well into the afternoon. Hopefully it's been an interesting presentation. I think what I wanted to do is just give you a little history about Walden area and talk about where we are now and how we got there. That makes sense. I think it'll put a lot of meat on the bone, so to speak, with questions and perspectives that you may have, if that makes any sense. So the Walden area began in 1963, and what they did was a unique thing. Our predecessors, that was before I was born, or my brother, but only by a little bit for him. Yeah, they built a water and wastewater system, and they developed a community with smaller lots. There are 1 acre, half acre, 3/4 acre size lots in Walden. And also for many, many years, someone has said earlier that there's not an elementary school. There actually is an elementary school. Kilmer Elementary is also located within the Walden subdivision. Walden's kind of unique. I mean, we've interacted with the Black Forest land use people, Terry Stoka and Amy, over the years. And what's generally been recognized is Walden stands out as a unique little node within the area, if that makes any sense. And Bill and I, my brother and I, have been involved in Walden since 1986. So that's 40 years. Wow. And we've been working in that area ever since then. We are developers, but more than anything else, we're the Walden developers. And that's pretty much the primary project that we've done over the years. And so Walden's kind of our baby, and we care about it a lot. My brother's son and his wife and 2 kids live in Walden, very near where this area is and where the charter school is. The whole Walden area is about 600 acres in total. And it's almost like a little quasi town. And once or twice, I've been accused of being the mayor of Walden. I don't know if I should be insulted or complimented. I don't know. But what I do want to tell you is we have very good and deep relationships with the people in Walden. What I also want to tell you is the folks that you heard from here today are really good folks and they're friends. And to Mr. Haver's question, will we remain friends? The answer is, of course. I want to talk a little about how we got to where we are. Right next to the Walden area has always been this 70-acre property. And that's where the school is located. It's been a designated school site, like a commercial node in that area since 1993 at least, ever since it's been a designated, understood to be owned school site. And one of the hardest things I've ever done, I've done a lot of subdivisions in Walden. And I will tell you that one of the biggest challenges to develop land where you have really nice houses, you get a very, very sophisticated and eloquent group of people protesting for your next project within that development. And while some people may be insulted, I'm kind of flattered by the intelligence and eloquence and capabilities of the people that have spoke here today. But one of the hardest things I've ever done was when it was in this room actually. You'd think it'd be in the BOCC, but it wasn't. It was in this room. It was when that school site was approved. And this room was so full. I don't know if any of you were here during that time. It was in 2018. But you were. They opened up that back wall. I don't know who knows, but that wall folds back to make an even bigger room. And that was really, really tough. A lot of people talked all about the exact same thing that we're hearing today. All the reasons why that school shouldn't be there. You know, and I thought a lot about it. And sometimes you think, if you're the developer, you're going to think one way. If you're a resident, you're going to think the other. But I think the answer to that question, why I think we're sincere in donating that site and providing that site for the school, is that there's no bigger stakeholder in high-end lots in that area than Bill and me. We had 73 lots that are 1 acre lots. Those houses are high-end, fine homes, really smart people live there. We're doing that development right there. If we thought that charter school, all of its charter school traffic would have diminished the value of our land, we wouldn't have donated that land. We would have found some other location because our highest fiduciary would have to be to the adjacent lots. We're the Walden guys. We know these, we have deep relationships. I definitely have no more people in Walden than anyone else. And we made that decision knowing that. But there was so much opposition at every level. We go to CDOT. Valerie'd come in the room, what in the heck is going on up there at 83 and 105? I said, Valerie, here's the deal. We live in an age where people can get on Nextdoor and they can hear the worst of everything, get a frenzy of fear, and get a group of people together and form an organized opposition. That's exactly what happened. That's kind of what happened a little bit here today. A couple months ago, my wife called me. She said, Matt, what in the world are you and Bill thinking? I saw something on Nextdoor. Said you're going to put 240 units on that land over there. I said, what are you talking about? She said, well, you know, somebody said it's this zoning, and we did the math. We got out a calculator, and it's this much land, and so it's this astronomical number of units put on that land. And one of the things I've never been good at, I don't know how to use a computer. I'm a kind of a blue-collar guy that's also business, so is my brother. I don't know how to get on Nextdoor, and some people have told me I'm better off not doing it. It can be a bit of a quagmire, if you will. So what I would do is talk to people individually. There's many people I spoke with individually, and here's how the conversations went. Matt, you guys thinking about putting 240 apartments on that land? Well, no. Well, that's what the zoning says. Well, we have to have that zoning category. There's an upper end and a lower end within that zoning category. And to be very candid with you, we don't know exactly what we're going to put there. But I'll tell you what, as a developer, this is important. When everybody asks, what do you do for a living, right? Somebody, a doctor, a lawyer, a builder, whatever, electrician. I always say, well, I'm a land developer. Let me tell you what that means. What that means is any piece of land you'll ever see anywhere, at some point, somebody had to say, hey, this ought to be here. Let's buy the land. Let's do this thing. Let's build it, and let's make it happen. That's what I do. And I always tell them that my brother and I very prayerfully and thoughtfully consider everything we ever do when it comes to developing land. And what we're talking about, the Walden area is 600 acres. It's got a charter school right there on the others, and then 83. There's a 15-acre piece of land in the middle there that would make horrible residential property. And commercial doesn't make a lot of sense. South of us, a couple miles, there's a lot of stuff going on that's being proposed that'll be commercial, like a come and go Maverick, etc. So what should Bill and I do with that land? What do we do? Well, people need a place to live. You're not going to put a high-end custom home like that other area. It doesn't make sense. It's an open piece of land with not a stick. There's weeds on it and sand and a detention pond. By the time you do the calculations for what you would get on that 15-ish acre piece of ground, it ain't going to be anywhere near that kind of land. And so the conversations I've had with people is, look, no one cares more about Walden than Bill and myself. Our family, Bill's son, a neurologist, and his wife, an engineer, and their 2 kids, they live there. And they're super involved in the community, and they love the community. They take care of trails, put out neat things for dogs as they walk by. I have 4 kids. I intend for as many of my kids that are willing to live there to live in that area. There's no way we would do anything that would diminish the quality of life in Walden. There's just no way we would do that. It's not who we are. It's not what we are. 40 years, the Dual family that owned it before us trusted Bill and me as friends to be good stewards of that land. The charter school is a good use. That opposition, you guys, was deranged and crazy. You just wouldn't believe. I'm not insulting these. These are good guys. I'm talking about for the charter school. Every time I drive by that school, you know what I tell my kids? I say, hey, kids, see that school over there? It's there. And it's great. And kids go, and it's a place where it's a wonderful school. And it's gotten such popularity. It's filled up quickly. A wealthy member from the community, will remain anonymous, donated $17 million to Monument Academy. That's the biggest donation the state of Colorado has ever had, ever. The biggest one before that, in all the state of Colorado, $6 million. That money is going to be used to build a really nice 750-seat auditorium. That is going to rival the size of the Ent Center. I'm pointing that way. That's the Ent Center. They're going to build a bigger gymnasium complex. They're going to build a field and a field house. The responsibility when people say, Matt and Bill, what do you guys do for a living? Well, we have land and we decide what's the best use for it. When we're sitting with Craig and Nina, strategizing and thinking and dreaming, developing a vision for what that land should be, we're thinking, well, here's the zoning density we need to be in. Is it going to have 240 units? Wouldn't support it if we tried. It's preposterous. If I was better at managing and getting on Nextdoor and talking to people, when I talk to people on the phone, I don't think there's a person that I can think of that I've talked with on the phone that's sitting here in this audience. Because here's what it comes down to. Here's what Walden means to us. We're wise people. We believe in being good stewards of the land. And we believe in doing what's right for that land because we have the biggest stake in that. That land to the south there, that's going to be high-end residential lots, 20 acres. We would be really dumb if we did something that would diminish that value. Over a 600-acre piece that makes up all of Walden, we're talking about a 15-acre piece that you got detention ponds, parking lots, sidewalks. There's no way you could have that kind of density there. It wouldn't be there. And so for the people that trust me, I thank them. But for the people that have questions, I'm willing to meet with any person here. I'm not hard to get a hold of, and I'll sit for as long as they want and talk to them about what we're doing. But I don't want the process to be disrupted by disruptions that occur. I've lived long enough, I've been doing this long enough to see what happens. When this body here, I guess you were part of it, approved the Monument Academy Charter School, it passed by one vote. Shorter lady, I call her Judge Judy, that's not her name, but she cast the deciding vote in favor of Monument Academy to be there. If they hadn't approved it, there would have been a state statutory override and they would have built it anyway. But I thought it meant a lot that this is a thoughtful board, and I do respect what you guys do. But I also appreciate the opportunity to tell you who we are, what we're doing, where our hearts are, the real lay of the land. If you drive out there, what you see is 83, a field with a bunch of sand, big wide road. We named it for Paul Lundeen's mother, Jane Lundeen. You see a big school that's going to become even bigger, and you got a 15-acre area between there and 83 that justifies and warrants higher density residential, but it sure ain't going to be anywhere near what the people with the calculator used as a number to get a group of people that I don't know how to use Nextdoor to get in front of to stop. But that's not what it's going to be. But what it's going to be is something that makes a lot of sense because no one has a bigger stake in this area than us. So I thank you for your consideration.
Yeah.
Should we listen to that? I mean, I don't know.
I was, just a moment now. Mr. Dunson, I suggest that was a good place to stop.
I agree.
We've had
You and I both
more
agree.
than enough discussion. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I noticed that Matt ripped off your microphone. Any other questions with regard to the presentation? I'll be happy to answer them. If not, I'll sit down.
It looks like you can sit down.
Thank you.
And I neglected to indicate earlier, thank goodness, I'm sure you'll all be happy that the public comment period is closed. Okay. All right. Okey-doke. Let's see where we are here now, huh? All right. Members of the commission, any thoughts or comments or questions or anything you'd like to express? Yes, Mr. Maurice.
Okay, so here are my thoughts. And I'm going back to the approval criteria. So I'm going to talk about criteria 1 and criteria 3 mainly. Under 1, when we're talking about general conformance with the master plan, I'm looking at four things, and it's come up over and over. It's come up in the staff presentation, it's come up in the applicant's presentation. But in terms of the property sitting in the suburban residential place type, I think we all agree that it is in the suburban residential place type. I think I made the point before that this suburban residential place type is an island surrounded by large lot residential. That signals to me at a certain level there should be some sort of transition from R5 down to RM12 or 30. The plan on page 28 talks about the suburban residential place type character. It says multifamily, is appropriate when, quote, it's not the dominant development type and is supportive and compatible with the overall single-family character of the area. And so when I look at that, I ask, hey, is RM12 and RM30 compatible with the overall single-family character of the area? And it puts that question in my mind. Moving on to the next part is the minimal change developed portion of the master plan. And that designation of minimal change signals that it should be incremental and context-sensitive development. If you go to the plan on page 21, the example that it even uses, it says a large amount of vacant land in the suburban division may be developed and changed to, quote, match the existing urban or suburban character. That's the end of the quote. And so not to dramatically exceed it. And I look at it going, the multifamily development of these densities isn't really a minimal change in my reading. The third point is the Tri-Lakes key area. It's a key area in the Tri-Lakes. And when you read that in the master plan, it talks about future development area should align with existing character and strengthen the residential, commercial, employment, and entertainment opportunities in adjacent communities. So I look at in the area, hey, what's in that area? And of course, we all know it's low-density rural residential. And I think this departs from it dramatically. In fact, down the street on 105, there's actually an agritainment center, a pumpkin patch thing down there. So you look at that going, hey, is this high-density RM12, RM30 area really in line and strengthened in those areas where we have an agritainment center, and then we have, RV storage and a horse, commercial horse facility, barn. Then the fourth area is that we've talked about this quite a bit, leaning on that priority development designation area. And I really think that framework really decides, directs where to grow, but typically it doesn't say it at what density. So it says, hey, this is a priority development area. So development should go there, but it never alludes to it should be this density. And in fact, we go to that quote going in that large, and there could be a mismatch, but it says maintain the existing and expand the large lot residential place type in this area. So citing this priority designation area to me as a justification really conflates the location priority with what should be authorized as a density. So in that, I look at the criteria, I look at the master plan, and I really can't find it's in general conformance with the master plan that's in place. Then moving into criteria 3, again, I've talked about this with Mr. Dossi up here in our back and forth about, hey, is it compatible with the existing and permitted land uses in all directions? And right now, there's no comparable density within meaningful proximity. In fact, in the rebuttal, Mr. Dossi pointed out that a citizen said, hey, this is going to be the tipping point. And Mr. Dossi said, no, it can't. This is a unique scenario. There's no services in those areas to do this like everywhere else. So to me, then, you would have RM12 and RM30 then sitting again on this island with nothing else around it, because according to the applicant, this can't be replicated anywhere else. So there's not going to be a comparable density. There's not one now, And the applicant says there won't be one in the future. So, you know, using the 3 miles or 4 miles or 5 miles, whatever it was, to get to the Lewis Palmer area, you're crossing a bunch of different zoning districts, you know, R 2.5 and RM 5,000 and 20,000, and eventually you'll get down to, you know, to the RM 30. So again, I can't see the comparable distance in all directions. And then finally, you know, compatibility. Again, we've talked about it. I agree. Compatibility does not mean the same as 100%. But I go to the definition from the Land Development Code, and it says compatibility refers to the sensitivity to proposed use, activity, design, and maintaining the character of the existing development in the vicinity. So there was an argument made that the compatibility rests somewhat on the road buffers. So you had Highway 83 to the west, you had Walker Road to the north. You know, that buffering is it's a mitigation tool to me. It's not a compatibility finding tool. To say that you're going to use a road and say, well, this road just buffers it, so we don't have to worry about it. It could be put here, I think, isn't in the spirit of the Land Development Code and the master plan. I had other comments on traffic, but that's not real. I could hold those after the vote is done and my thoughts on that. And then the school, the adjacency to the school, but I'll just hold it there. So those are my thoughts on criteria 1 and criteria 3 and what I think.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moraes. Mr. Bailey, did you indicate you had some thoughts?
I do, if that's okay. I'll go ahead now. I don't know if anybody else wanted to say anything, but
We'll go up and down the row until we get everybody.
all right, very good. Mr. Moraes has identified the whole purpose of these criteria right here is that up until this point, until we start, and 1 and 3 are the most relevant of the ones in front of you right now, those are the criteria that are the most subjective of all of this. That's why we have a process that brings it up to us to let us think about and look at these things and try to make a determination, or in our case, make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners as to whether or not a request like this is appropriate. And I tend to look at the same things, the same points that you raised, and we've talked about this in many other cases, where oftentimes we can see the same points, the same, you know, arguments justifying both sides of the issue. I look at the master plan and look at the fact that every single one of the place types that we've got, the key areas, everything that we identified, they've all got seams in between them. And 5 whatever years ago, when we built this master plan, we talked about should, you know, we're not going lot by lot, but where do you draw the line? And something like Highway 83 or 105 across the other way, those are reasonable dividing lines, but they are absolutely not absolute, because sometimes the area that you're looking at might be the other side. So incremental and context sensitive determinations are what gets us down to where we need to focus on this particular parcel and this particular request to determine whether or not the request, the application is, you know, is appropriate for that site. When we talk about compatibility, the challenge I think that we always face, or face quite often, right, is how big is the aperture? You know, we had different maps with different scales, and some showed, you know, a much bigger area with a lot of PUDs and some other, you know, different zoning, zoning districts. If you zoom in on this and center it on the school and only go, you know, a couple hundred yards on either side, it looks very different. And this is where I think an important thing to remember, even though well, even back to the Black Forest Preservation Plan, smart people looked at the county and looked at the road networks, whether they were dirt roads or not. You could at one point, and you still can, identify places like the intersection of Highway 83 and Highway 105 as a much different place than if you go half a mile east or west on 105 or Walker. That area, by the virtue of the fact that the transportation network is there, that area is different. And the Black Forest Preservation Plan identified the possibility of, if there's going to be commercial development, if there's going to be higher density, if there's going to be something that's different from the overall character of the Black Forest, it's probably going to happen there or down at the intersection of Hodgin or wherever. There are a couple places where you can look at it and see. So what I struggle with, and I think Mr. Moraes and I may be differing to some degree, is how wide are you going to make your look? What's the scope? How far are you going to zoom in or zoom out on the map? And for me, the compatibility with the overall, with the existing and permitted land uses and zone districts appear to be pretty straightforward. It's all RR5. Well, okay. That may be true, and there's some very large lots that are zoned RR5, but are uninhabited, vacant grazing land. There's a horse, horse stable. There's RV storage. There's the pumpkin patch. Depending on how far out you go, there are a number of different land uses already in existence, even if you discount the elephant in the room, which is Monument Academy. The fact that there's a school right there changes the character of that intersection. And so doing something different there, like putting some higher density residential there, not to say that it's going to be 30 dwelling units per acre, but we're limited to some degree by what are the zone districts that we can choose from. And the development code says you got these choices. So the property owner has to pick one or a couple and say, this is what we would like because this allows us the flexibility to do something to give that land, give that piece of property some value, some use. And we make it sound like making $1 in America is, some kind of cardinal sin. That's what this country was built on. And every single one of us, you can't say it's going to harm my property values, but he gets to make a buck. Everybody gets to make a buck, okay? It's okay, to channel my inner, what's his name, Gordon Gekko. Greed is good. Sorry. You guys need, Mr. Chair, you need to have the ability to cut my mic. To keep me from, can we put a timer on this guy?
Could, yeah.
So anyway, I'm wrapping it up. And my point is that it is very possible to look at the same set of criteria, especially subjective criteria like these, and come to a different conclusion. And so I see that going back 40 years, this area was recognized and documented as a place where there's going to be something that's a little bit different than a 5-acre lot in the middle of the forest. It's not in the middle of the forest to begin with, but it's part of that geographical area that has to go somewhere. So guess what? 83 and Walker Road seems like a reasonable place to end the Black Forest plan, even though the corner of that is as far from the forest as you can possibly get. So the fact that someone 40 years ago had the foresight to begin acquiring land to say, I'm going to do something here because I have a vision. I'm not going to do it tomorrow. And if this zoning, if this rezone is approved, construction doesn't start tomorrow. Construction starts at some point down the road. This is the first step in a process that allows a property owner to try to do something with his or her land. And market conditions, a variety of factors are going to influence what can actually be requested. Because Mr. Dunstan's going to have to come back and say, okay, I've got this piece of land, it's zoned X, can I do this on it? And then for several years, or for a long time, sometimes several years, working with staff, county staff, they're going to come up with a plan that is finally, at that point, able to be presented to this body and then to the Board of County Commissioners. So this is not the end. This is not the tipping point. The change doesn't happen tomorrow. In fact, it's something that's going to be a much longer process. So I think I've addressed all my points. Sorry for my the duration of my comments. I apologize, Mr. Chair, but thank you for your indulgence.
Thanks, Mr. Bailey. Thanks for your thoughts. Any other commissioners have any comments or thoughts? Ms. Emmerich?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Echoing some of the things that have been said previously, I don't want to rehash everything that's been said, but in regards to place type analysis, it did say that it can include multifamily housing, but must be supportive and compatible with the overall single-family character of the area. And that was one of the things that stuck out to me. It says can and not should. The other one was when the Black Forest Preserve was transitioned over to this large lot residential priority development area, Black Forest North Central area, there was some bullet points of the intended plan for that area. And the ones that I noted were to match the existing character of the developed Black Forest community, as well as the area is built around protecting the forest and preserving its rural quality. And those were just the major thoughts I had that haven't already been discussed at length.
Good. Thank you, ma'am. Jim, good? Everybody good? All right. So I think we've heard from the commissioners. So we have 2 votes ahead of us in front of us now. We'll deal with them one at a time. So the first has to deal with is item 5C, file number P261, map amendment rezoning, MA subdivision tract A rezone to RM12. Do I have a motion? Mr. Morris.
I guess I can go. Mr. Chair, with regards to agenda item 5C of file number P261 for a map amendment rezoning for the MA subdivision track A rezone RM12, I move for disapproval, citing the project not meeting the approval criteria number 1 and 3.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Motion is to disapprove the item. Is there a second?
I second.
Thanks, Ms. Emmerich. All right, moved and seconded to disapprove this item. I will now take the vote. Mr. Bailey?
No.
Mr. Byers?
Aye.
Ms. Emmerich? It's a motion to disapprove, so if you want to disapprove, you're aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Make sure.
I know the feeling. Mr. Morris?
Aye.
Mr. Brewer?
Aye.
Ms. Casagrande?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, and I would say my aye, follow my own advice and not repeat everything. I will simply say that I completely agree that this is not in general conformance with the El Paso County Master Plan and is not compatible with existing and permitted land uses in zoning districts in all directions. I think the motion to disapprove this item is passed 6-1. All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is item 5D, file number P262, map amendment rezoning, MA subdivision tract A rezone to RM30. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Mr. Morris.
I move for disapproval agenda item 5D, file number P262 for a map amendment rezoning, MA subdivision track A rezone to RM30, citing it not meeting approval criteria 1 and 3.
Thank you, Mr. Moraes. Motion to disapprove the application. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Emmerich, did you beat him to the punch, you think? All right, Mr. Brewer. All right. Moved and seconded to disapprove item P262, map amendment rezoning MA subdivision tract A rezone to RM30. I'll call the vote. Mr. Bailey?
No.
Mr. Byers?
Aye.
Ms. Emmerich?
Aye.
Mr. Maurice?
Aye.
Mr. Brewer?
Aye.
Ms. Casagrande?
Aye.
The chair votes aye for the reasons I cited before. So that motion to disapprove that item passes 6-1. And I think, members of the public, those are the regular items. We'll close the regular items, and we are to non-action items, of which there are none, Ms. Harrington, as I recall. So you are mercifully close to watching us adjourn.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr.
just one point for the citizens online and citizens in the room. Just realize we're a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, and they make the final decision. So they'll have a hearing, a regular hearing on this, and they said it was July 23rd, was that correct?
That's correct.
So July 23rd at the Board of County Commissioners building, if you want to be heard there.
That's a worthwhile reminder, ladies and gentlemen. We're not deciding it, we're recommending it. And sometimes our recommendations are followed and sometimes they're not. So if you feel strongly about this matter, I suggest to you that you attend the Board of County Commissioners meeting. All right. If there's nothing else, ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned.